them all. Pokemon. Yep. I don't really mind too much because I never used to Pokemon Let's Go, and I haven't shiny hunted in there for a long while, so I booted up Let's Go Pikachu just to shiny hunt for a little bit. I caught 2 shiny Caterpies, then looked through my pocket and realized that I had 4 other shiny Caterpies that I caught like 2 weeks. I probably don't need to check more Hello everyone! Hi, I'm here with Iroh, and we're doing a shiny race of some sorts. This is going to be fun and interesting. It's been a long time since I've last done a shiny race. Although I wanted to show you my Sobble jail. We're jailing
Oh
all
my
the
god.
Sobbles.
I mean, that's where they deserve to be in, but
Really,
also,
I loved Sobble. Sobble was the viewer's choice because on my stream file I always use viewer's choice Pokemon. But I love Sobble. Sobble was adorable and fun to use.
Sobble is he's too emo to be my favorite. I think my favorite is honestly, I can't determine if I like fire, the fire one, or Rillaboom more.
I mean, Cinderace and Rillaboom are also really cool. Hi, Cosmic Sonic Storm. How you doing? Yeah, we're doing an early morning stream. We're gonna have some fun with Pokemon.
Oh, Shapeshifter.
Oh
Yeah,
my
we
gosh,
were.
Shiny Mew. I love that.
I know. So this shiny Mew, I got. I think it was like my second shiny Pokemon.
Oh wow, nice.
Anyway, I got it in a Wonder Trade in Pokemon Home, and as far as I can figure, it is fully legitimate. It is
Nice.
Japanese, which you could only legitimately get shiny Mew in Pokemon Emerald in Japan.
Oh wow.
The only thing that gives me pause is the ID number is 12345.
Oh.
But it also had, if it was cheated in, it was cheated in to Emerald because it has Kalos, it has Emerald and Gen 3 specific ribbons.
Yeah.
Like, it came, as far as I can tell, it is legitimate. It came from Gen 3.
The numbering, the ID number could just be so then they know that's from an event. But
That could be.
I do know
Yeah.
that there's some weirdness with Pokemon ID numbers because some of them do, when they come from events, they have very odd ID numbers.
Yeah.
Alright.
And I don't know how Gen 3 handled that. And Falconus, we might fry up some Pikachus. We are going to do a shiny race. I'm on a Discord call with Loki the Octo. We are actually going to have RNGesus determine where we're going to race today.
Indeed.
And I was just gonna, I don't know if I've got a D12. I don't know if D12s are made. Otherwise, we can just use Google to roll up to be an RNG.
Hey, whatever works for you.
Google's gonna be easier.
Was it this generation that introduced a Pokemon that was like eating a Pikachu?
Yes, I think so.
One of these days I need to shiny hunt that guy because that guy's just funny.
That would be a fun one. I do want to hunt that eventually.
Yeah.
Google has determined we are hunting in Route 2.
Ooh, okay, let me just kick this Wobbuffet's butt and then I'll jump over to Route 2.
Alrighty. And I have no idea what's available at Route 2.
Neither do I. If anything, I might end up shiny hunting another Wooloo again if it's available, because I do want to eventually shiny hunt for the evolution, but I find shiny hunting the pre-evolutions a little bit easier.
Yeah, I'll typically hunt the pre-evolution and then hunt multiples of them so I can evolve them.
Yeah.
I'm pulling up Route 2 now to see, are you in Sword or Shield?
I'm pretty sure I'm in Shield. Wait, am I in Shield?
Okay.
Yes, I'm in Shield. I had to check. I always get both games, but one game is now strictly my save file for streaming, and one's just not. It's for my personal play. But then I end up
Yeah,
abandoning my personal play file, so I'm just like, I should just only get one, but I like playing both games. I like playing both versions.
I'll get both just in case there's one Pokemon I really want from another. So Route 2 looks like there's multiple areas. Random encounters, we can get Hoot Hoot, Lotad, Purloin, Rookidee, and Flipbug. Visible encounters are Zigzagoon, Squovit, Rookidee, Nickit, Choodle, and Yamper. Yamper would be a good one to hunt for.
Yamper, I actually used Yamper on my team, and Yamper was a good boy.
I did too. I don't like Yamper, but I love Boltund.
I mean, fair. Bolton is like, Bolton be the beast.
Yeah. Oh, and if you go across the lake, you can get Lotad, Purloin, Blipbug, Gossifleur, and then Choodle, Zigzagoon, Blipbug, Nickit. So it looks like the only difference is across the lake has Gossifleur.
You know, I didn't know why they made Wooloo this way, the shiny Wooloo this way, but then I realized they made it a literal black sheep. Like, that's actually kind of brilliant. Alright, so...
I'm gonna release these Pokemon and then I'll fly over.
Yeah, I should probably release my Sobble Jail, but I also don't want to.
How many Pokemon do you have in home?
160.
That's it?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. My living dex for Sword was supposed to be in there, but I must have put it into a save file and then never gotten it back out. So I'm kind of worried that at some point my thing expired and I didn't realize it and deleted all my Pokemon, and yeah.
I don't think it would delete your Pokemon. I think
it does actually delete your Pokemon if you leave it in there. If you don't pay for the subscription long enough, it will delete your Pokemon to just the base account.
Oh god. Alright, I am at Route 2, so let the race begin.
Yes.
I can't. Oh my fucking god.
What? Are you serious? Are you? Well, good night, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow. What the heck? I haven't even started yet, and you already found a shiny Choodle?
And that was my first encounter.
Oh my gosh. I just realized I forgot to turn on my VTuber. Yeah, I'll turn on my VTuber. Sorry, forgot to do that.
I guess best 2 out of 3?
Yeah, hold on, just give me a minute.
See here, I thought we would just be sitting all day chatting and not get a single shiny, let alone right off the starting mat.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. I cannot believe this.
I promise, I'm not cheating.
No, I
This is
believe
not
you.
hacked.
I believe you. Alright, let's start shiny hunting for a Yamper.
No ribbons either.
Can you get ribbons on Pokemon you just caught?
Yeah, they're called marks.
Oh? I am not
And-
familiar how they're supposed to work.
They are very rare. I can pull up the information now that I've... now that I don't need to worry about catching a shiny.
Yes.
So marks... it's basically ribbons.
Yeah.
While Pokemon may have marks, when encountered in a random encounter, including fishing or symbol encounter. I believe that's a brilliant Pokemon.
Right.
Oh no, a symbol Pokemon is just where they're in the overworld.
Ah, gotcha.
So it's basically any Pokemon that's not a scripted event, a static encounter, hatch from eggs, in-game trade Pokemon, gift Pokemon, or event Pokemon. Or pre-Sword and Shield.
Ah, gotcha.
And there's a whole list of marks. There's like the lunchtime mark, the sleepy time mark. There's marks based on the time you get it, the weather you got it in.
Interesting.
If you got it during a curry encounter, that one is guaranteed.
That's actually very interesting, to be honest with you. Man, whenever I think I know Sword and Shield, I learn something new about Sword and Shield.
I autismed my way into this game and just I go through Bulbapedia so much.
Nice. I typically choose Cerebi for the information because Bulbapedia has like whenever you look at Pokemon, it usually has all the information about the Pokemon from the anime and none about the Pokemon in the game. So I'm like, I'm gonna use Cerebi.
You need to specifically select like Zigzagoon in parentheses Pokemon, and you'll get the
Yeah, that's
and then
exactly
go to the
why I
in-game
use
info.
Cerebi. Yeah, no, Bulbapedia is a great source of pretty much everything Pokemon. It's not a bad source to go on, it's just, I just don't like it.
Yeah, I prefer its layout over Cerebi. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I mean, all fair. It's all fair.
I can't believe I'm not gonna believe that I got that Chudo.
Neither am I, to be honest with you, neither am I. That was just too hilarious. That was too
I
hilarious.
know. Like, on a game that was more easily hackable, I would totally be like, hey, let's do a wink wink nudge nudge surprise and be like, the first Pokemon we get will be shiny. Like,
Yeah.
that's something I would do.
Yeah.
But also,
Thank Botanist. By the way, if you have not gone and followed Botanist, you should, because Botanist cool after all.
yeah. And thank you so much for the luck. I don't need luck, Botanist. I already got my shiny. The very first encounter in the race,
Yes!
I got a shiny.
Yes! The very first encounter Iroh gets is a shiny, and there's nothing I can do about it. Work lurk. Fair enough, Botanist. Fair enough.
Yeah, this still has the Twitch Gurus on.
Twitch Gurus?
Oh yeah, there's a website called Twitch Gurus where you can get the main thing that they're known for is having the shout out clips. When you do a shout out, it'll show kind of a video or clip from that person's channel.
Ah.
I had removed that from my other overlays, but I guess I forgot it in this one. Whoops.
Fair enough. Thank you, Cake. Also, what are the rules? We're just shiny hunting.
Yeah, it's basically
Who gets shiny
basically
first?
the first one to get a shiny wins. And now we're going best 2 out of 3.
Yes, because we barely started on this route when Iroh just got amazing luck.
Yeah, literally the first encounter after we said go.
Yep.
Like, we had no other plans other than at least I brought up doing Fortnite at some point.
Yeah, no, I'm kind of just in the mood to relax, play some Pokemon,
Yeah.
vibe. I'm down to do Fortnite later, but I also practically just woke up, so I kind of just want to vibe for a little bit first.
And see, I've been up for...
I love you too,
Uh,
Phil. You're so cute.
I've been up for 8 hours now.
Oh, wow. That is something.
So, I'm actually trying to... I've got some Mountain Dew to help me stay awake.
Oh, nice. Mountain Dew.
Eee.
Dude, no. I had both Let's Go set up, so then if we decide to do Let's Go, I could have a catch combo going already. And I also went and checked if both Sword and Shield had the shiny charm on them. However, I decided to go with Sword, or I decided to go with Shield because I did not feel like playing as a female character today. I was like, no.
So do you have the shiny charm?
I actually don't have it on my other save file, but I only have it on my stream file, which was really weird because I could have sworn I got it on both. So I do have it on the file I'm playing on. I just don't have it on my personal file, and I'm like, huh.
Okay. So at least we're at the same odds.
Yes.
Barring any brilliant Pokemon, because those have variable odds. We are also allowing Masuda eggs. So I've got my eggs that will be hatching.
Yeah, people on my stream have been seeing me hatch them my own as well. It's just like... I did not get a shiny Sobble, unfortunately.
Gonna try to get a green Choodle.
I don't know. I have a combo going with the Yamper. I just wanted to encounter this guy because Choodle's adorable. I like Choodle a lot.
He's got a nice shiny. I did not know what shiny was, but I'm like, I know it's not normally green.
Yeah. The thing is, I don't know what counts as a combo in this game. If it's just beat the Pokemon in a row, or if it's just beat the Pokemon in general. I do not know the shiny odds as much as I should for this particular game.
So it's not in a row. Specifically not in a row.
Ah.
You only have to, you can either kill the Pokemon, faint the Pokemon, because we don't kill Pokemon, we faint them. Or catch them.
That's not until Scarlet and Violet.
So kill counts and catch counts. Running away does not count.
Ah, okay.
And they do not have to be consecutive. The bonus only goes to brilliant Pokemon, so the ones with that golden aura around them.
Right.
The bonus will increase their shiny odds, as well as increase the odds of getting a brilliant Pokemon.
Ah, okay.
I don't remember what the shiny odds get up to. I'm pulling that up now. But I remember actually, let me just do a search for brilliant Pokemon. That'll get me the answer faster. The best odds for having brilliant Pokemon spawn is gonna be about 3%.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, 3% chance, and at 500 plus encounters with the shiny charm, it's about 9 times normal shiny rates.
That's interesting.
And you get the 3% after you do 100 encounters, and then above that it just increases the shiny rate.
So above 400 is increasing shiny rates? What?
500 plus, is 9 times. 300 to 499 is 8 times odds.
Ah, okay.
And then 100 and above is 3% rate for them being brilliant. And it just increases the shiny rates above that.
Ah, interesting. Alright. I think I've got it better now.
And the 9 times odds is about 1 in 456 odds.
Oh, that's actually not bad, all things considered.
Nope. Masuda rates are about 1 in 512.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe I should just go through and defeat all the Pokemon, regardless of what they are, and see which one I can get shiny for.
That's what I do. Just increase the brilliant rate.
Yeah, maybe I'll start trying to do that, because that seems a lot more sensible than what I usually do.
I also will use Payday, so I get loads of money.
Oh, that's actually really smart. I should find a Pokemon that uses Payday. I got this guy who has false swipes.
Yeah, I try to have a Pokemon with False Swipe, Payday, and Mean Look. I've got on my Catch and Glade.
Catch and Glade, nice.
Which my Catch and Glade is currently in Pokemon Go.
Ah, okay. But can't Mew learn all those moves as well?
I don't know if Mean Look has a TM. In fact, I don't think it does.
Oh yeah, that would be the only thing blocking you from doing it.
But my Mew does have both Payday and False Swipe on it.
I wonder if this guy probably can't learn Payday. Do I even have the TM for Payday?
I actually had to go out of my way to get it. It's like one of my favorite moves, and I did not find it without actively looking for it in the post game.
I don't think I actively went through and looked for these things, so I don't think I'll have it if that's the case.
Yeah, it's kind of hidden. I forget what town. At least I know what town it is. I forget the name.
Ah, yeah. It's one of those things where you know it, but you don't really know it.
Yeah.
Ability. Yeah, no, I
what-
definitely do not have the TM for it, or whatever. I don't like that they got rid of the TR system. To be honest with you, I kind of like the TM-TR system. But I'm just like, ugh.
It's in Motostoke.
Oh, is it? Huh.
Yeah. And if you want to go over there, I can lead you to it.
Nah, I'll have to check that out later.
I guess I could also just give you a Mew that has it, because I have a couple Mews with Payday.
Why do you have more than one Mew?
Because you can farm them.
How?
Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. You can farm Mew and Jirachi.
Oh. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, actually. Just keep restarting the same game over and over again.
Yep. You just need the first badge.
That's not that big of a time commitment.
No, so I have like a half dozen or so Mews. Several of them with Payday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. That's the only reason I like Brilliant Diamond Pearl. Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl is because I can now farm my favorite Pokemon.
I am still kind of sad with how Brilliant Diamond Shine Pearl actually turned out to be. I was really looking forward to a really fun game with them. But then the games actually came out, I'm just like, oh.
Yeah, they could have been so much better, and I think the biggest problem is they tried to force not having a grid-based engine onto a grid-based environment.
Yeah. Which caused a few issues, hence the Ice-type gym.
Yeah. I think if they had just either put you on a grid with the environment or kind of mess with the environment a little bit to have it not be such grid based, it would have been a lot better.
Well, I mean, they
'Cause
went
there's
back. They went back to the system before where you could choose to be in a grid-based environment or choose not to be in the grid-based environment. But that also kind of really did not work in not Sword and Shield, in Brilliant Diamond Shine Pearl where it worked in other games. I don't know what they did wrong there.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know there's a lot of movement issues, and you can tell like it's not made, or the environment is not made for the movement system that
It
engine
really
uses.
isn't, unfortunately.
And I find it's most noticeable in towns where everything is so compact,
Yeah,
and you just do not have the fine-tuned controls.
yeah.
Excuse me.
You're good. I don't know. I am having fun with the Nuzlocke of Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. I'm bad at it, but I'm having fun with the Nuzlocke.
How many Pokemon? Or you lost the Zippy Zappy. I remember that.
Yeah, we lost Zip Zap. There's been a few Pokemon where we've lost because people have requested that I go back to the route and we catch that Pokemon. So not every Pokemon in the box has died some gruesome death in the battle, but the majority of them have.
Those are always the fun ones.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we lost this one at this battle.
I am not going to forgive myself for losing Dimsun, who was a Honchkrow, and Meta Knight, who was a Meta type, during a gym battle.
Ew. When you Nuzlocke, I don't know how many Nuzlocks you've done.
This is my
but-
first one! Yeah!
Oh, fun! Okay.
Hence why the rules are so funky, because I, allowing myself certain graces while not allowing them in other areas, because I'm just like, I'm not dealing with this right now.
As far as I know, your rules are actually pretty standard.
Well, most of them are. Like, we've got the nicknaming rule, we've got the if they faint and die rule. But I'm also inconsistent with when I allow healing. I'm not allowing myself to heal during, like, major boss fights anymore, while allowing myself to heal during captures, because I'm just like, I'm not losing a Pokemon to a capture.
Fair.
So that kind of stuff is what I'm kind of messing around with, because it's just like, I really don't think anybody cares if I heal if I'm fighting a draft rig, but they will care if I heal while in the fight with Cyrus or a gym battle.
Yeah.
So I just,
Yeah, I think,
it made sense to
Go
me
ahead.
at the time.
honestly, I think that's a pretty good rule. Just like, yeah, you're not gonna heal, or you're not healing during the major events,
Mhm.
but then the other events you can try to save yourself.
Yeah.
And I was actually gonna ask you,
I
which
mean,
that-
nobody's complained, so that's the main thing.
well, the main thing is just, are you enjoying it?
Oh, I'm having a blast with it. This is the most fun I've had with Brilliant Diamond ever.
Yeah, Nuzlocke can be a lot of fun, and it
Indeed.
can also be so much heartbreak.
Yeah, hence Dimsun. I miss my Dimsun.
So on a game that you can more easily cheat on, there's kind of a split in the community, I've noticed, where some people will cheat in rare candies to get them up to the level cap. And some people think that's in poor sport. Like, you never know if you might lose a Pokemon during just training.
Yeah.
Where do you sit on that?
I'm kind of weird about that one because I'm not playing with the level cap myself. My especially Yuki, is extremely over leveled, being level 50 when we're getting to last gym. I'm just like, okay. I don't care if other people do it, but it kind of would take out the fun of the game for me if I were to do it, if that makes sense.
That's the way I see it. Like, obviously, I'm not gonna go into someone's chat and be like, "Oh my god, you're cheating!" But to me, training and grinding out those levels is part of the game. And you can lose Pokemon in a random battle just not watching yourself carefully enough. Or just dumb bad luck. And that's part of the game.
Yep.
I see it as poor sport, but that's a rule I would use. I'm not gonna police anyone or anything.
I actually don't even think it's that poor of a sport, to be honest with you. I don't think it's that bad to do. I just literally don't care. I just don't want to.
So fair.
I don't want to abide by that rule at all. So I just want to be able to play the way I play, and people can play the way they want to play.
Yeah. I don't know, I've been thinking about doing a Nuzlocke in like Alpha Sapphire, or heck, even I don't have a way. Yeah, I guess I could stream a ROM of it. I was gonna start up a Pokemon Emerald playthrough.
Nice.
I was thinking about doing a Nuzlocke on it or something.
A Nuzlocke is a type of rule set that I've always wanted to do, but I know myself, unless I'm doing it in front of people, I won't complete it. So hence why when I started streaming, I was like, ooh, I can actually do a Nuzlocke, because I'm actually doing it for like content or like to entertain people. I'm not just doing it for myself.
Yeah.
Which makes it a lot easier and a lot more fun. But then I was thinking, like, there's other locks that I want to do. Like, I've talked a lot about wanting to do a shiny lock really badly.
I mean, I guess I've got my shiny Pokemon for Route 2, so I could do a shiny lock in this.
Fair enough.
But shiny locks are just so painful, I feel. Like, you could go for days or weeks on the same route, and
Yeah.
I guess you'd have to just run away from Pokemon to avoid over leveling.
But here's the thing. I am pretty sure at the start of the game, you can actually get the shiny charm if you transfer in your Pokemon from Pokemon Home. So all I would
Except
need, I would need a living dex, yes, but that would be pretty easy to get.
Except though that you can't, because the person you talk to get the shiny charm is in like one of the last towns.
Are they? I thought Rowan gave it to you. Rowan gave it to you in the original.
Oh, I don't know about BDSP. I'm thinking Sword and Shield.
No, I was talking. That's why I was saying do it in Brilliant Diamond, because you get it
Okay.
right at the start, and that would alleviate so much of the. Plus, you can't get shiny starters in this game, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, it would be actually really easy to get the shiny charm right at the start and just to go with it.
Well, I guess you could do the briefcase simulator, but you don't get the Pokédex for a little while, I don't think.
Briefcase simulator?
Yeah, that's what I've seen people call it when you're shiny hunting for the starter, and you're just opening up briefcases left and right.
Ah, fair. Fair.
I got very bored hunting for Chimchar. I have a headcanon that the professor is actually working with Team Galactic.
Oh my gosh! That's
And
amazing.
He smuggled in those 3 rare Pokemon that are not native to Sinnoh to use them for Galactic's purposes.
Nice. I actually always wondered how the starters exist in this world, because you can't catch wild starters in any of the Pokemon games except for Arceus. But even then, I don't think you can catch your starters in Arceus, can you? Or can you?
I have no idea.
I can't.
I never got
remember.
that far.
But like, I was thinking about it. I'm like, how do these guys exist? Like, they can't be native because they don't exist anywhere. They can't be nearly extinct because they wouldn't give a 10-year-old a nearly extinct Pokemon. If they did, that would be kind of weird because then all the shiny hunting 10-year-olds would solve extinction. But no, it's
Yeah,
like,
you just have to worry about the inbreeding problem then, but that's not part of the game.
yeah. But no, it's
I
like,
don't know how much.
it's like, where do these starter Pokemon actually come from? Because they're not in the games any other way.
I don't know how
And,
much
yeah.
you care about the anime, but I think in the anime they're just like rare Pokemon, but they're not like impossible to find.
Well, in the anime, they had a episode where they went through and talked to one of the breeders that breeded the Squirtles, I believe. Or no, it wasn't Squirtle. It was shoot. I think it was the second generation water type that they went through. I think
Okay.
no, Mudkip. It was Mudkip that they went through, where they went through and talked to a breeder about how they breed the starters for people to have. So I know they do talk about it in the anime, but I'm also just wondering, does that count in the game? Are there just breeders off the map somewhere just breeding a bunch of these guys together?
That's a good question. I guess it looks like there's someone with the username MattPat who has a theory.
But that's just a theory. A game theory. Man, it's been forever since I've last watched MatPat.
I've never heard of MattPat before.
Like, legit?
Legit.
Oh,
Never heard of them.
He does Game Theory, which is a very popular like theorizing show about video games and stuff. He's a bit controversial because a lot of his theories flat out go against what the lore in the game says. Hence, his Hollow Knight being so hated because everyone's like, "You are literally ignoring the lore inside the game, MatPat." But yeah, it depends on who you talk to. Some people really don't like him, some people really like him. I used to like him when I was a kid. Then his theories kind of got a little too, like, just ignoring just what's said in the game. And then I started getting annoyed by that, stopped watching him. And then the whole Toby Fox thing happened, and then yeah.
I dread to ask, so I might just pass on that question. I don't know what kind of drama there was.
Long story short, Indie Dev made a game. MatPat advertised it as if it was Undertale 2 or the upcoming. Because at this point, I believe Deltarune was an upcoming game, not so much a confirmed thing. But it's like Toby Fox was saying that he was working on something, if that makes sense. So they advertised it as if this was a Toby Fox project, and this was the sequel to Undertale, which was still pretty huge at the time. And then Toby Fox got really mad and said to MatPat, "You should have advertised this properly. You shouldn't have brought me into this, and you should have at least been decent enough to link to the game." And then MatPat's response was like, "Well, sorry you feel this way, but this is why we did it." And people, it's give or take if people actually think MatPat was in the right.
Anyway, I feel like you need to follow what the game lore says, unless the game lore gives you some wiggle room and contradicts itself.
Yeah.
Your theory needs to fit into what the game says, unless you can find a good reason for the game being a bad narrator.
Well, yeah, you can argue that with cases like Binding of Isaac, where Isaac's kind of, it's in his imagination, so not everything is so literal. Some of it's like just metaphors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But in Hollow Knight, they're pretty clear about what your character is and what your character's actually doing. But MatPat completely ignored that to have his own theories, so that's kind of where that came from.
Yeah, I just feel like you need to follow the lore pretty tight.
Oh, I agree. And also, it's the Toby Fox drama. I know what MatPat was doing. I get what MatPat was doing, and I understand that sometimes you have to do that stuff. But I also feel like if it got to the point where the developers were like saying, hey, for the love of all things good, please stop because this is causing issues for us, you have to stop and just be like, okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah. And like, that can really ruin a game's reputation and the company's future
Yeah.
through bad advertising.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be on them because it was MatPat that did it. I don't understand why MatPat did that, to be honest with you.
Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Here's the thing, I don't really have a problem with MatPat's content. I have an issue with his lack of being able to take responsibility when he actually does F up. That annoyed the hell out of me when I used to watch him, to a point where I just don't watch anything he makes anymore.
Fair.
I mean, I don't think
Not sure
he's not a bad
Go ahead.
dude, he just doesn't take responsibility. Alright. Man, I've been splatting a bunch of these guys on this road. I hope nobody notices.
Yeah, we're killing everything. We're causing a mass extinction event. It's all good.
Indeed.
I've got some eggs hatching. I'll release these Torchics into the environment.
Ooh, yay.
Or maybe we can tow them outside the environment. I take it you get that reference.
I actually don't. I just know it's a reference from something.
Oh. Okay, so there's a Australian parody. If you Google just like the front fell off, you'll find it.
Ah, okay.
It's a parody on some Australian government official talking about an oil spill, and he's like, well, yeah, the front of the boat fell off, but these boats are very safe. They're built to rigorous maritime standards. You can't use duct tape, you can't use cardboard, no cardboard derivatives.
The front of the boat.
Yeah. And then it's like, so how did the front fall off? A wave hit it. A wave in the ocean. Yeah, chance of a million.
Who knew?
And then he's like, it's perfectly safe. It's been towed beyond the environment. To another environment? No. It's not in an environment. It's beyond the environment. Well, what's out there? There's just, water, waves, sea turtles, and an oil slick on fire, and the part of the ship that the front fell off. There's nothing else there.
Oh my gosh.
It's
This is why I
feels-
don't do politics. Because I only hear the
it feels
stupid stuff.
very Monty Python.
I've never seen that movie before.
Oh my god. I'm not sure how much I can recommend watching Monty Python anymore, now that one of the last living dudes has gone full conservative. But it's funny. I very much enjoy the dry British humor.
Fair enough, fair enough. I guess it depends on whose estates Mighty Python is benefiting at this point.
Most of the people are dead now because it came out like the 70s. They're all like 50, 60 years old, and some have died. One of the few living people, though, he's gone full conservative, and I just I ignore his existence.
Understandable.
And I also torrent my media, so they're not getting my money anyways.
Kind of like how there is no creator for Minecraft.
Yeah! Actually, no, well, there's no creator to Minecraft, but I'm perfectly fine giving Microsoft my money.
Yeah, actually, it kind of surprises me because Notch didn't actually have that much say in what Minecraft became to be. Like, a lot of things Minecraft is known for wasn't a thing when Notch was really around. It was only after Microsoft bought it that, that Minecraft became really what everyone knew it for. Which is really weird to say.
Disagree, because maybe it's in part that I got into the game when he was still actively developing on it.
Oh, I got into it while he was actively developing on it too. I'm just saying, like, I feel like a lot of the improvement that people know him for, or know Minecraft for, were not because of him at all.
I don't know, yeah, any of the new biomes are very obviously post him. But also, like, the End Dragon, the Enderman, like, 4 fundamental parts of the game he came up with.
Fair enough. Wait, what the heck did Disney do?
Present company I may support for saying. Lot off conservatives.
I want to know what this drama is. What the heck did Disney get up to?
Yeah, I'd be interested to know. I don't follow Disney that much, and I will give Disney credit for a lot of the movies where they're like recasting white people with black actors. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too.
But I didn't hear anything specific recently about Disney.
I do know for like the Doctor Strange movie, they refused to edit out the lesbian couple, but that was like a few seconds in the movie. I believe they did the same thing for Strange World, where they didn't edit the gay couple in Strange World, or
Uchu,
I need to
how are
see.
you doing?
I need to see Strange World. I've heard good things about it.
What is Strange World?
Strange World is a Disney movie that came out a while ago, and apparently has some queer representation. I can't say for sure, but a lot of people are saying that it is there, so I trust them. But it didn't perform the best, so not a lot of people knew about it.
I feel like they just pump out way too many movies now. That it's just like, oh, it's another month, another Disney movie.
Well,
But I haven't even seen the last one!
with how many studios Disney owns at this point, it's kind of hard to keep up with all their studios.
Yeah.
But I know
And
what
also-
you mean. I have Disney Plus because my parents is my parents. I steal subscriptions from many people, so I can't remember who has what anymore.
I torrent my stuff. I did get Disney Plus the day it was announced that Doctor Who would be going to Disney Plus. Just like, yeah, I don't know if there's gonna be that big of a increase in subscribers, but if they look at when I subscribed, they might see that it was announced that Doctor Who would be coming.
Yeah.
Maybe a vote of confidence for them keeping Doctor Who around? Maybe.
They really should.
As-
But yeah, let's see. What
I'm-
does Disney own in terms of studios and IPs? Disney has their own thing. They have Pixar, which is a separate studio. They have Marvel Studios, Star Wars, which is Lucasfilms, National Geographic, and
Fox.
Stars. So they have quite a bit of big players in their belt.
I don't know if they own Stars.
Well, I'm just saying this is what they have on Disney Plus.
Stars is owned by Lionsgate.
Ah, okay.
So they have an agreement to host it, but they don't own that content.
Sounds good, Botanist.
But they also now have a large amount of British content with their partnership with, I think it's the BBC?
Nice.
Or maybe it's just Doctor Who.
I've never seen Doctor Who before. I should really sit down and watch it because I've heard good things about it.
Listen, if you know anything about me, it's that I love Avatar and Doctor Who.
Yeah, I've
If
noticed.
you can't tell by my name.
No, I've noticed. I've noticed.
And if I had my face cam up, you would see my rainbow queer TARDIS
Oh, nice.
that I have on my microphone arm.
That's actually really cool, to be honest with you.
It's actually 3D printed, and I've been tempted to try 3D printing them. So I don't know how you would do filament like this. But like the actual filament itself is rainbow. It goes from blue all the way through to yellow, green, orange, and then red.
Nice. That's so cool.
And I got it at a Doctor Who convention last year.
That's amazing.
It's like my main souvenir. But yeah, Doctor Who, very good on queer representation. Historically, it's not been great on racial diversity, but it's getting better.
Well, I kind of expected that, to be honest.
Yeah, it comes from the 60s, so it's like, yeah, there's some troublesome content if you go that far back.
Yeah, I figured as much because Doctor Who was originally written in the 40s, I believe, or like the idea can
60s.
Well, the idea was made in the 60s, but the idea dates back to like the 40s or something like that.
Not quite that far.
Really? Huh.
Yeah, I believe they were commissioned in 59 or 60, and then they started filming in 62. No, they started actually getting stuff going in 62, and then they filmed it basically right before JFK got assassinated.
Gotcha. By the way, hello XXU2. I hope I said your name right. Chujin.
That is Uchu, good friend of
Uchu.
mine.
Oh, nice. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Very much appreciated. If you want my Nintendo Switch friend code, !FC in chat, and you will get it in your whispers. So go and check that out if you want to play with us. If you don't worry about it. You can just talk in the chat. You can use the follow most of us select app, or you can just vibe. We love those who just vibe. See, it's welcome. Want to keep model? Thank you.
Uchu, what do you game? And Uchu also does Splatoon.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
And Animal Crossing.
I'm going to be going back to Splatoon pretty soon here. I took like a month off just to do the Pokemon stuff, but yeah.
I try getting into Splatoon, and I can't handle the motion controls.
There is stick controls, but it's like kind of at disadvantages at that point.
Yeah, that's what Anki was telling me, that if you really want to do well, it's better just to learn the motion controls.
Yeah. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah. I'm just more of a keyboard and mouse player anyways.
Oh, I get that. I get that.
Unless it's a casual game like this or Mario Kart, I need keyboard and mouse. I can't do controls on a game I need fast reflexes on.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. I can go between keyboard and mouse and controllers pretty easily. But I know eventually one of these days my body's just gonna be like, pick one, don't pick both. I'm dreading that day because I like doing them both.
I mean, to some degree, I'm sure you'll be able to keep doing both, especially with like Splatoon. That really works your muscles and your brain well.
We'll have to see. I'm not that old, but I'm definitely getting there. Oh my gosh.
With
Yeah.
how quickly that first shiny came, I was kind of expecting another shiny by now.
We've only been alive for an hour. It's fine.
I mean, yes, but also shiny on the first encounter.
I also haven't booted this game up in months, so I don't have all my shiny arts in all ready to go. I really don't. What team are you
Well-
choosing for the next Splatfest? Probably Nessie, because I think the Nessie thing is really hilarious.
I have no idea.
So you know the mystical creature Nessie, right?
The Loch Ness Monster?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a theory going around that what the picture actually took a picture of was a whale's dick.
Ah, okay.
Because whales' dicks are infamously huge. And yeah, it would actually kind of look like that if a whale is doing.
So you're on Team Whale Dick.
Because I think it's funny, yes.
Hey, that's good enough reason for me.
Good. Yeah, no. Plus, I've always just liked the idea of the Loch Ness Monster because of Nessie from the Mario series, and Lapras was also based on Nessie.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I feel like I have to go on Nessie. I feel like you're gonna be on Team Alien, my friend. All the alien emotes.
Yeah, that's kind of Uchu's theme, is aliens. The aliens are attacking!
That's amazing. Alright, time to go back to the Pokemon Center.
I'm nearing that as well.
I've done it like 3 times already.
Yeah, I'm a little bit behind you, but I'm about the same count.
TBH, if they didn't have aliens, I'd have a hard time choosing. Understandable.
Ah, Uchu means alien in Japan. I never knew that.
That's actually really cool.
I wonder if I could get another shiny Chewtle.
You want to get another shiny Chewtle?
Well, I need the evolutions.
Ah, fair.
Does it have 1 or 2 evolutions?
I think it only has the one.
Oh. Survey says... Dreadnought.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
just go on.
yeah. Hey, I'll be right back. I need to step away from my equipment, so I'll be right back.
Alright, you want me to pause?
No, you can keep going.
Okay. So we're gonna head to the Poke Center as well here shortly. I guess I haven't really been responding too much to my chat. How are you guys doing? I know, Uchu, you said you were at work, so I don't know how easily you can respond. How's work treating you? doing shiny races is kind of something I'd like to start doing more often. This actually came out of an idea. Another streamer, Botnus, is getting a group of people together for a charity event in the summer. And one of the ideas we were floating around was doing some shiny races. I'm like, why wait? Might as well start doing some now. And this is actually my first shiny race. So the fact that I won at all kind of surprises me. But two, the fact that I got a shiny on the very first encounter. I still can't believe that.
Neither can I, although I wasn't hearing what you said.
Welcome back. I was just talking about how I still can't believe I got that Chudo right off the bat.
Me too. Sorry, I had to stand up for a minute because if I sit down for too long now, my back is just...
Oh, fun.
Also, I completely pissed one of my friends off, and I'm actually kind of amused by it.
I won't ask, but if you want to offer up...
No, this has kind of been like a thing between us. Like, we're both into, like, media analysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for some weird reason, he has a really hard time accepting the metaphors of the Matrix when it particularly relates to transitioning.
Okay.
He doesn't...
So, like, what the creator has specifically said about the movie.
He's very stubborn. He doesn't actually have an issue with the whole movie being about trans things. He actually thinks that's really great. He just wants to be able to interpret everything on his own, and I've just been bugging him for the past week, being like, nope, you're taking the blue pill, dude! You're taking the blue pill!
Yeah, I feel like I've only seen The Matrix once, and I did not get trans out of it, but I did not get trans allegory out of it. But also, like, I know that's precisely what the creator said it's supposed to be. So I'm like, okay, what the creator says goes.
I mean, I've always been a death of the author type person where you can have many interpretations about a form of media or a form of art or what a story means, as long as it doesn't go against what the actual story stands for. So there are a lot of, like, things you can derive from the Matrix, but to deny what the author has, in certain cases, I will actively fight anyone who takes J.K. Rowling seriously, because I have a major issue with how she does things. But with things like The Matrix, I will actually argue for the authors being able to say what it actually is about, because there's actually intentional thoughts behind The Matrix. There's actually intentional ideas behind The Matrix. Something like J.K. Rowling, she literally just threw everything against the wall and hoped something stuck. There's a reason why that book was denied 7 times before it got published.
Yeah, and it's just objectively a shitty book series. Like,
yeah.
You can tell, like, the first couple books they heavily edited her on, and then by, like, book 4 they just gave up, and you can tell quality went down.
Book 4 is where I give up too.
I try to do a read through of the books, just be like, okay, with the game coming out, I wanted to know exactly what I'm critiquing, and you know, the books are actually really troublesome. There's a lot of bad discussions in it.
I will say, Harry Potter is the first time that I physically threw up over something that was inside a book. Which I don't know if that's actually a good thing or not to actually say.
I've never done that, but, like...
You know, for being a kid's book, it has some really, really messed up things in it.
It does! And it's funny that conservatives made such a big deal out of it. But if they actually read it back in the day, like, I think conservatives would have been more pro Harry Potter.
I mean, maybe, who knows?
Because J.K. Rowling is one of them. It's basically a conservative book, just with magic. Bonus Cool is also saying that the Alien franchise also has a lot of trans representation. And technically the first on-screen trans character being Lambert. I did not know that. I know Doctor Who had kind of a tongue-in-cheek one-liner with a trans character, or a character outing themselves as trans.
I saw exactly one episode of Star Trek, and it happened to be the episode where people have no gender, and people are fighting for the right to be able to decide their gender. I'm just like, what is this? I mean, this is great, but what is it?
Star Trek is such a good series, like...
Oh,
it doesn't always hit well, but it tries.
Indeed.
Like, the fact that, crap, I'm blank. Gene Roddenberry. The fact that he fought to have a diverse cast. They had they had a woman in a leadership role. They had a,
They had a lot of people of color as well, at a time where that wasn't really that popular.
Yeah, they had a Japanese person, they had a Russian person.
Hi, Matt.
And this was during the height of the Cold War, even.
Yeah.
I know they had black people, but I don't think they had... No, Uhura. Fuck, yeah. Uhura.
Yeah.
So they had a black woman in a lead role, and in a leadership position. So, the main cast was 50-50 white and non-white.
And the ideas they hit on, while maybe not all of them were really that nicely hit on, they definitely did hit on their ideas pretty nicely, in terms of like progressiveness for what the time period had to offer.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've seen beyond the original series, but it gets
like I
even
said, I've only
better.
seen that literally that one episode. I've only ever seen that one episode.
Okay. I've seen most of TOS. I think I've seen all of TOS. I've seen most of TNG. I haven't seen any Deep Space Nine. I've seen all of Voyager. I've seen all of Enterprise. And I bounced heavily off of Discovery. And I haven't seen any of the newer shows.
Nice.
So, I guess I'm a classic Trekkie. I'm not a fan of modern Trek, but again, I haven't seen most of the new shows.
I don't know, I kind of wanted to get into a different space show because I really like Star Wars, but at the same time, Star Wars has kind of... I feel like with recent movies, it's gotten extremely surface level and it doesn't go any deeper than that. I'm just like, eh. So I was
Star
thinking-
Trek,
Yeah.
I know right now they've got multiple Star Trek shows going, so they've got, I think Discovery is kind of the mainline one, and then they've got Lower Decks, which kind of ignores the top level, the senior crew, and it focuses on the more lower ranked people.
Oh, nice.
And then Strange New Worlds is more like classic Star Trek, where it's just episodic, it's not a serial-based show. And then Picard is just people really like Picard. And so let's get Baldy back in.
Nice.
And I can't remember his actor's name. Somebody, my chat can feel free to yell at me. Patrick Stewart, that's his name. Yeah, Star Trek might be worth watching. Give a couple of the shows a try. Okay, yes, Sir Patrick Stewart, if you like having a monarchy. We fought a war against that, so yeah, no, Patrick Stewart.
Oh my gosh.
And then, Doctor Who you might enjoy. It's not always spacey-wacy, but the thing I like about Doctor Who is every episode is different, and it's a show that can go anywhere and do anything.
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
And I like that you just never know what you're gonna get from episode to episode. One episode can be the funniest comedy, and then the next episode's gonna rip your heart out.
Star Wars, when the OG was written, was a story of imperialism and how it was bad. The Empire was based off America and the UK. Interesting.
I never knew that. Like, I knew it was imperialism is bad, but I assumed it was more yeah, I assumed it was based more on Nazi Germany, because stormtroopers were a literal thing in Nazi Germany.
I can't make. I don't know if I can make that joke.
Yeah, I always assumed it was based on that more than US and UK, but
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I could see that though. I could see how that is. But again,
Yeah.
I don't feel like the newer ones actually discuss that whole idea well.
no, the new ones are just action movie, boom boom. I mean, they're a fun romp, but there's not, especially the first one, really kind of ticked me off in that it was just hitting the beats of nostalgia.
Yeah.
And I will grant it had been like 20 years or something since the previous Star Wars movie. But also, it should have been allowed to stand on its own more.
It really should have.
And also, they should not have changed the leadership and the overarching direction midway through the trilogy. That was such a bad move.
Yeah. Yeah.
And yeah, I'll agree, Botanist. They're fun as a romp. Although, come to think of it, I don't think I've ever rewatched any of them. Which I guess kind of says something.
That reminds me, the Clone Wars is apparently ending off soon. That show was going on since I was like a kid.
Yeah, I've tried to get into the Clone Wars. I've tried to get into a couple of the shows, and I'll watch a few episodes and then put it down and then never pick it back up.
Really? I thought they ended up recently because Disney was talking about how the Clone Wars finale is finally here. But maybe that's just because it finally got on Disney Plus. I don't know.
Or time is an illusion, and what you think is recent was actually 2 years ago.
Who knows? I just saw my timeline, so I'm just like, okay. I don't really pay attention to Star Wars IP anymore. I've been too busy reading the Hunger Games.
Is there like an anniversary or something for it? Because a lot of people I've seen are rereading the Hunger Games.
No, I think people are just nostalgic, and the prequel book came out like a year and a half, 2 years ago. So people are going back and rereading the Hunger Games with the ideas that was presented in the prequel book. I still haven't read the prequel book though. I'm going through Mockingjay right now, so yeah.
I never knew there was a prequel book. I read them
Well,
in
it came
high
out literally
school.
10 years after the original trilogy ended, so I mean, I don't blame you.
I enjoyed them. I read them up until halfway through the last book. When Prim dies, I put the book down and never went to it again.
Yeah.
Also, spoiler alert, Prim dies.
So I've heard. Actually, you're the one that told me that when I didn't know that.
I don't know what your spoiler policy is, but I'm like, I'll give you a year. After that, it's fair game. I think if you care about something enough that you're gonna care about spoilers, you're gonna watch it even like within the first month of it being out. Maybe if it's a movie, wait for it to be out on Blu-ray or streaming.
Honestly, I just go with the 2-week rules. 2 weeks after release, everything's fair game.
Fair.
Hence why I always stream a game 2 weeks after it's been released, or like sometime after that, because then typically people have at least played most of it, and if they want to see me play it, they will be able to sit down and actually watch me play and enjoy it.
Yeah, especially for TV shows and movies, I'll typically give like a bunch of leeway, because especially there's like so much content there, and some people will wait to they'll like subscribe to, say, Netflix every June, watch all the shows that came out over the last year, and then they'll cancel for the next year.
Actually, there was an interesting study based on that showed that most people will wait for the series finale before they even start watching a show that they're interested in, because of how frequent cancellations are these days.
Yeah. And I feel like that's just going to be getting worse as there's more and more streaming sites.
Yes, it is. All these streaming sites and not enough money to have them all. Ah!
Yeah. And torrents. I don't have to pay for any.
Ah, that's fair.
I just download what I want, watch it. If I like it, I'll keep it. If not, I'll delete it. Rinse and repeat.
That's fair.
And I guess if there's any Twitch TOS people around, I'm talking about a river torrent, not the file sharing protocol.
Yeah, exactly.
Because here in the plains, we get lots of rapids and torrents.
No. I'll be honest, there's very few media that I actually really care about to go and watch all through it. There's very little media I care about. It's more so books that I struggle to sit down and fully read because I don't have time, that I get mad at spoilers at. But Hunger Games is a weird case for me because I was forced to read the first book like 3 times. Or something like that. So I'm just like, at this point, I just don't care.
Yeah, I'll give leeway, but the only thing I kind of care about spoiler-wise is Doctor Who. And it's funny because I will actively seek out information about Doctor Who, but I want to know, like, what actors are going to be in, what characters are going to be in it. I don't want to know, like, if a main character is gonna die or regenerate or whatever. I want to keep all that hidden, and I hate that we always know when there's gonna be a new doctor, when there's gonna be a new companion.
Yeah. That reminds me, Dan Parvermeyer, who did Phineas and Ferb, who was the creator of Phineas and Ferb, he did work as a theme song writer. And he
he did a theme song where he's like, when the main character's gonna die by the end of season 1, so I hope you enjoy that, or something like that. I forget what the show was. But it became a huge in-joke with the cast because they refused to let the lyrical version of the song play on the actual show. Because they're like, we don't want that spoiled. What were you doing? I was like, I just thought people would know. I thought they would like to know.
And I find it a little bit weird that people get so uppity about spoilers. Because I'm just like, okay, now I know a character's gonna die or whatever, cool. I still get attached to them. It still sucks. Especially if it's well written. Like, it can still be a gut punch.
I guess if this was like a few years ago when I was originally reading through the Hunger Games, like the Prim dying thing would have bothered me because then I would be expecting it the entire time I'm reading the book. But at this point, it's like it's just such common knowledge that Prim dies and how she dies. And I'm just like, now I just hate Gale.
Gale was Katniss's old boyfriend before PETA, right?
No, they were just friends. They flat out say in the book that they did not share any romantic feelings to each other. They don't even when she comes back from the games. It's just that Gale kisses her and makes things so much more complicated. But they were always just friends in the book.
Well, she was just friends, maybe.
Huh?
Maybe she thought that. Maybe he thought he had a different idea.
I mean, maybe. Still, rereading the Hunger Games, I really don't like Gale because he acts like he has some sort of right over Katniss because of all the things they've done together. I'm just like, no, boy, no.
Yeah, I mean, I can see, like, being protective of someone, but there's limits to that.
There is. And Gale just frustrates me so much. He's so...
One of the things that did annoy me about Hunger Games is the love triangle just felt so forced. Or whatever you want to call it, triangle.
Well, that's kind of the point of the book, is that in order to survive, she has to force all this to go on. But eventually, at least in the case of PETA, it does become something that she actually considers in the future. If she could set the land free, that is. But the whole idea is that, like, for the first 2 books, you're supposed to feel like it's forced, and then in the 3rd book, you're supposed to be like, oh no, it's actually going to be something different.
And maybe it was more in the movies, because I remember the movies a lot more, but it felt to me like there was a lot of, is she really, or who does she really like, him, or it felt like it was trying to force a triangle in where there really didn't need to be a triangle. Beyond just, yeah, she was faking being in love with PETA for the donations.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, from what I remember of the first movie, because I didn't actually go see the 2nd and 3rd and 4th movie because I was so pissed off with how badly the first movie was done. Like, it's still an enjoyable movie on its own, but compared to the book, it's like the point just flew right over their heads, to be honest with you.
Yeah, although I know we've talked about this in our Fortnite playing, but books should not be adapted into movies. Books are expected that you're not expected to finish a book in a single sitting. You're expected to finish a movie in a single sitting.
Well, the movie is not actually what Suzanne wanted for the Hunger Games. She actually originally pitched it as a TV show.
Even before a book or instead of the movie?
She pitched it as a TV show instead of the movie.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense, and that's what it should have been.
you gotta remember, Suzanne has experience in screenwriting as well, and a lot of the books of the Hunger Games is written as a screenplay as opposed to an actual novel. A lot of the little things she does are references to screenplay writing as opposed to novel writing. And it's like the cat. How one of the first interactions you see of Katniss with the cat is that she's threatening to cook the cat or threatening to kill the cat, but won't because it's her sister's favorite pet. Or how there's this screenwriting thing where you're supposed to save the cat in your opening scene to show how good everyone is. And then the entirety of like the 3 books is everyone saving Katniss, so it's literally an entire book of people saving the cat. The cat doesn't want to get saved.
I never knew that she was also a screenwriter, but that does make sense.
She has experience in screenwriting. I don't know what she's actually done in screenwriting or what her education in screenwriting, but I know she has experience in it. But I just don't know what extent that actually goes to.
That's fair. I would love it if they did do a remake of The Hunger Games as a TV show. Although to me at least, it would feel a little bit too on the nose as far as what's going on in real life now.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I could enjoy The Hunger Games outside of twirly dresses and twirly skirts.
Fair enough.
Because spinny dress is fun.
I would love to have Katniss's Mockingjay dress.
Oh god, yes. Uchu says, books are better than movies. I would agree with that. I think they are different enough mediums that if you set out to tell a movie story, you can do it well. I would definitely point as the first Star Wars movie, A New Hope. That was made as a movie, and it does very well. If you have a book story, though, you're not going to be able to translate it to a movie effectively.
Well, I guess that depends because, like, you have these different mediums, and different mediums are going to be able to tell different tales. It's like, some mediums you can only really be visual about it. There is no way to go about it in a novel-type way. So I don't really have a preference over the medias that I watch because it's like, they all have their place in one weird way or another. Like, it's like, for me, comparing like movies to books is like comparing graphic novels to books to decide which one's the better way to tell a story. You can't really tell the same stories in each one, and you need to be able to have both of them to tell the tales.
Right. My point though is when you do a translation from one medium to another,
different. Those don't go well.
Books and TV shows are pretty similar in that, just like a TV show is basically a visual book in a way, in that the pacing is very similar, especially if it's a miniseries of like 8 episodes. The pacing of a TV show is going to be very similar to the pacing of a book, so you can hit it more or less beat by beat.
Yeah.
You can't do that same pacing, though, in a movie, and even a graphic novel is gonna have different pacing.
I mean, movies have limitations, books don't because the imagination has none. I'm gonna disagree with you, Uchu. Considering the arguments I've had with people about Harry Potter versus the Hunger Games, I don't think people have the media literature to really understand books anymore.
You're right. I would also add in, there are neurodivergent conditions where people don't have imaginations, or I can't really imagine faces. I'm pretty sure I have that face blindness thing.
People naturally as well just have different abilities in terms of imaginations. It's like, Do you
Yeah.
see in black and white? Do you see in vivid colors? Do you not see anything at all? It's that sort of stuff. It's like imagination's gonna look very differently on different people. Some people have face blindness. Some people can't imagine these big grand areas that they can see people. It's like there's a lot of like little things you need to consider here about when it comes to writing a novel and how clearly you're gonna demonstrate things.
Yeah. And what really gets me, and this is never gonna not fascinate me, is there was a massive cultural change that back in the days of black and white TV, it was very common that people would dream in black and white. And then as people started getting color TVs, they started dreaming in color.
They call that the Tetris effect. Or at least it's some derivative of the Tetris effect.
Okay, I never even knew it had a name.
Well, yeah, let me actually look up what the Tetris effect is, because the Tetris, I'd use the Tetris effect as a catch-all, but technically what it is the Tetris effect occurs when people devote so much time and attention to activity that begins to pattern their thoughts, their mental images, and their dreams. So I kind of use it as a catch-all to be like, this is why things change, because if you're seeing more color on your media that you see, you're going to interpret that in your dreams more often. Because your body's more likely, I don't know why, but our minds are more likely to attach to the media that we are most likely to look at. Like, when I imagine something, if I look really closely at it, I can see it's made out of words. Because my favorite medium when I was a kid was books.
Interesting.
So literally everything I imagine is made out of words of some sort. And they could be different colors and whatnot, but they are always made out of words.
So, kind of like ASCII art?
ASCII card? What?
Ooh, okay. New concept, Lucky 10,000. So ASCII art basically is making artwork out of characters. Like alphanumeric characters.
Oh, I see it now. Okay. I mean, yeah, kind of like that, actually. Actually, this is a lot what I see when I imagine things. Holy shit. What? I didn't realize this was a thing.
Oh yeah, it used to be a big thing back in the day when you had like dial-up internet, and in order to because text is so easy to compress, people would use text to create artwork instead of actual images.
Huh.
And if you look at the Wikipedia age, there's Wikipedia blah blah blah. Wikipedia page. It also shows ANSI art, which gets even more fancy.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, it is like that. It is like that. Wow. That's cool.
I'm glad I could introduce you to that. It's also always fun to be able to be like, oh yeah, this thing I've always had, now I've got a name for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that was me when I got diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and then when I realized I was trans, I'm like, okay, yeah, that's definitely what it is. That makes sense.
Indeed, indeed. That's actually really cool, though. Sorry, now I'm just looking at all the ASCII art and just like, how do people do this?
You can even find ASCII art text or ASCII art generators. They've been around for years.
Oh, wow.
I think back in the day, like, people would actually put them character by character. But it's pretty easy to find a text or a art generator. And you can put in like a PNG or JPEG or a GIF. It is pronounced GIF. That is the only way to pronounce it.
I go back and forth between the two of them. I don't care. It's GIF, it's GIF, it's whatever. I'll do whatever.
The only reason I care so heavily about that is there is a .gif format.
Oh. Huh.
And that's another image format.
You wanna know what? That makes sense.
If you say I'm working with if you're working with a GIF format or a GIF image, are you working with GIF, GIF, or JIF? And granted, .gif isn't used that frequently, but I've used it enough that it's like, okay, you're talking about GIF? I know exactly what you're talking about. Wait, you can't have animated GIFs. What are you talking about?
Oh, you're talking about GIFs. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that now, yeah. Ah, sorry.
See you.
That was a big sneeze.
But yeah, you can input a GIF or a PNG or whatever onto these generators, and it'll give you the ASCII art format of it.
That's really impressive. Honestly. I like that. That's cool. That's so cool.
I've actually thought about doing one for my avatar image. Especially finding one that can do it in color.
Yeah.
And if you use Linux at all, you'll find a lot of ASCII art in the system utilities.
Linux is like, let's use all the ASCII arts. Let's go.
Well, yeah, it keeps the package files a little bit smaller. And Linux fundamentally is made for command line interface.
Yeah, fair enough. I've never used Linux, so I don't know that much about it, to be honest.
It just says, if somebody says GIF, they think about the peanut butter, and I agree. I am also that way. I won't say I use Linux on a day-to-day... Actually, I do use Linux on a day-to-day basis, because my media PC is Linux-based.
Oh, nice.
And I guess my my media server is also Linux-based. So yeah, I do use Linux on a day-to-day basis, just not on a... My main computer isn't Linux.
Ah, fair enough.
But thinking about it, I probably... Maybe I could run my gaming computer on Linux. Oh, you know what? Probably I wouldn't be able to for Skyrim. But I'm running through the applications I use, and everything is either like... Everything is either already made for Linux, doesn't matter what environment it's on, or would probably run well through Wine.
Ah, nice.
Or Proton.
Nice. All this sex stuff is going straight over my head because I do not understand it else.
I live in a tech environment. I was raised by computers.
Ah, fair enough, fair enough.
And I've got a cat curled up on top of my desktop tower right now.
Oh, that's adorable.
I'll shoot you a... Yes, unblock the camera. I'll shoot you a picture. If my phone wants to behave.
If only the phone wants to behave.
Yeah, I know enough about computers to be dangerous. I know enough to be able to talk about them and do basic troubleshooting. That's about it.
Fair enough. Alright. I am surprised at this point that we haven't gotten anything. We're getting close to 2 hours.
We got one. I got one.
Yeah, the luck ran at the start.
And to be fair, neither of us would have hit odds at this point.
True.
Like,
Aw, look
even
at
a
the kitty.
Masuda hunt.
Look at the kitty.
She's such a happy kitty.
Aw, so fresh.
My desktop tower has air holes on the top, so that's why she likes it so much.
I bet it must be nice and warm.
It is, especially when she's blocking those air vents.
Indeed. Iroh, do you read a lot of books? Or no, not really.
I try to, but I need to already be kind of out of energy and be ready for bed. Otherwise, I'm just too high-strung to ADHD.
Got you there.
But I'm currently reading through the Percy Jackson Heroes of Olympus series.
Yes, book series that everyone says I should have read instead of Harry Potter.
Honestly, yeah, it's about the same time era, but it's so much better in every single way possible.
My only experience with Percy Jackson was the Lightning Thief movie, and I did not like that at all.
That's about on par with the Avatar movie, in that it doesn't exist.
So I've noticed.
But the books are just phenomenal.
Yeah, I've always thought that the movie was bad. The books probably are completely different because they do change a lot between a book and a movie.
Yeah.
So I'd definitely be interested in seeing how the book actually stands.
I would definitely recommend reading them. Especially if you like Greek mythology.
You know, I've never actually been too into Greek mythology, but I am listening to Epic the Musical, which is all about the same mythologies and the same tales. So I'm just like, maybe now I can just like casually go into and read through this, because I know all the characters that are going to show up. I know the legends that they're based off of and all that kind of stuff. So I could probably just jump into it and not be that confused.
No, and you can jump into it without knowing any Greek mythology, and it explains everything you need to know.
Oh, good.
And the author, Rick Riordan, does make some changes from Greek mythology. A lot of the changes he makes are just sanitizing it for kids.
Okay, that's perfectly understandable. We need more authors who do that.
Because Greek mythology is not made for 21st century.
It's not.
Yeah. But then there's some other things that... Like, there's one group of characters that... I don't remember what they're called in Greek mythology, but they're the sisters who... They have one eye and one tooth between all three of them. For whatever reason, he has one of them with their original Greek mythology name, but then the other two he just makes up names for them.
Oh, interesting. That is interesting, huh? Wonder why that is.
Don't know.
It could be also that the way that it would have translated into other languages, that it would have came off as something bad, Because I do know several characters had to have their name changes in Disney movies for that same reason. So it could be that just the cultures are too different and they couldn't risk publishing it in different languages with certain terms and those names.
I guess I never thought about that. I assumed that it was written specifically for English and then just happened to also get translated.
Well, I mean, when you're publishing a book, they do talk a lot about translating it into different languages, just in case that you can find an audience overseas or something like that. Like, it is something that they do consider, and sometimes you do have to buckle and change things because, like, they wouldn't change like the story of your book so much as they would request that you change like little things about the book so then it doesn't come off as offensive, which that's fine. So. Yeah. It could just be due to that, just due to the different cultures and how, like, they don't have the basis of Greek mythology understanding, and they won't have that. So they just go safe rather than sorry.
Yeah, that could be.
I mean, it's not a bad thing, but it's just like, if there's an unexplained change, that's probably why.
Yeah, or maybe he just couldn't find the name of them because it was written like 2005, 2006, so internet was still kind of new.
Yeah. Hi, Jinx.
Or at least the modern internet.
Ah, yes, when you start getting into the mistakes people make with the modern internet. Have you... Okay. The author that wrote the book, The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, let's not talk about that particular book. Did you hear the incident that he got into a little while after that when he wrote his next book? Or like...
No.
Okay, so his book was after Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild came out, and he was looking up how to make red dye, but he didn't use a recipe from like ancient times or anything like that. He used the recipe from Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Oh my god.
And it's especially funny because it flat out, one of the recipes was like a Lafaso's tale or something like that. And he just literally copied and pasted it into the story without checking what a Lafaso's tale is.
Oh jeez.
Oh my gosh, I die laughing every time I think about that because it's just like, how do you not know? How you doing, Jinx? How you doing?
Yeah, at this point, like, unless you're specifically making it a reference, like, maybe you enjoy Breath of the Wild and you want to make a little in-joke.
Oh, that was not what he was doing. He even admitted on Twitter that he didn't know. What kind of schoolwork right now? Shiny Way sounds fun. It has been fun. We've been sitting here for like an hour, and Iroh's first encounter with a shiny, and I'm still suffering.
Yes, I won the race on the very first encounter.
Yeah, I hadn't even started yet. I was still getting ready to go, and then Iroh just encountered the shiny. I'm just like, well, that's fair. That's fine.
I mean, we had agreed to start.
Yes.
We just had to get to the patch of grass.
Yes, we agreed to start, so it wasn't cheating or anything like that. It was just, I thought I had time, so I was focusing on something else.
Oh man, imagine if I had gotten that shiny before we officially started. That would have been painful.
That would have been something.
Hello, Zano. I hope you are having a wonderful Thursday. Shiny hunt is going well. Like we just said, I already won the race. We're now best 2 out of 3. And honestly, the nice thing about shiny races is just it's laid back and you can just kind of podcast chat.
Yes. Except for I'm hyper-focused on books right now, so I'm talking a lot about books.
That's all good. But I definitely recommend Percy Jackson. It's a very good series. It starts out very 2005-ish, Yeah, 2005 era. Like, all the characters are described as cis and hetero. But then the later series, they do get into different um, different. I don't know what the best term would be, but different partnerships, I guess. And I think in the newest books there are some trans characters.
Oh, nice. Wait, Percy Jackson's still going?
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, there's actually a new book that that's coming out later this year.
Okay, that's impressive.
I will say that there's in the Percy Jackson universe, in the Greek universe, there's 3 main series. There's Percy Jackson and the Olympians is the first 5 books. And then there's Heroes of Olympus, and then the Trials of Apollo, and each one is... The first 2 are 5, I believe the Trials of Apollo is 4 books. And then now now Rick is just doing like one-offs here and there.
Oh, that's cool.
As he also makes the TV show.
Oh, that's cool.
But he did retcon one of the characters. Honestly, I don't know if it was retcon or not. I assume it is, just based on the time frame. But he retconned one of the characters to be gay, and it actually fits very well. And it deals with his struggles, being open to himself as well as his community, his friends.
Oh, that's sweet.
And then all of the characters are, by definition, neurodivergent. Almost all of them have ADHD. Almost all of them are dyslexic.
That's incredible.
And it was actually originally started, Rick has a son who was diagnosed with ADHD and dyslexia. And he wanted a story to tell, basically make his son the main character.
Oh, that's actually so cute.
And you can definitely tell, like, even though there are some trouble spots, you can tell that the series was made out of love, and it's a lot easier for me to give the issue points a pass.
I was actually having this discussion with somebody not earlier today, but earlier this week about if a series is made with love and good intentions, can the issues be ignored? Because we were talking about the differences between some like really old books that were trying to be progressive for their time, but really wouldn't be considered progressive now.
Mm-hmm.
And the care that they take while discussing some topics, like they were using an example of a story of a army that was made of women who were pretending to be men. It wasn't Mulan. It was a different story altogether. I believe it was a Russian story or something like that. He was talking about that, and he said that one of the characters at the end of the book was like, honestly, I prefer living as a man. And they switch all the pronouns to that character to be he, him for the rest of the story. Essentially, he was a trans man at that point.
Yeah.
And I was talking about that because I'm like, you hear a lot of people being really critical about a lot of these older stories, but it's just like, a lot of them don't get that criticism because you can tell what they were trying to do was out of love and care.
And I feel like, especially if it's pre 2010-ish.
Oh, this was way before 2010.
Yeah, but I feel like anything before then, I can start to give it more of a pass because LGBT and queer representation was so minimal that even a poor representation that tried was still above par.
Yeah, but there was a lot of representation that just didn't try, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I always find it very interesting because there's a lot of books out there that are flat out problematic, but people still love them, and you can.
Harry Potter.
Well, no,
Sorry.
that was actually going to be the counterpoint. It's like with Harry Potter, it's like when you talk to somebody about Harry Potter, they can't bring up text of the book that goes against what everyone says about the book, right?
Yeah.
They can't bring up text that goes against people having an issue with how Dobby was portrayed and how Harry eventually gets his own house elf and it doesn't free him right away and all that kind of stuff, you know?
Wait, Harry gets his own house elf?
Yes!
Oh my god.
Right after he frees Dobby, he gets his own house elf. So it's kind of like, it's that weirdness to it. It's like, you preach against one thing, but literally the next thing you show is that thing being shown in a good light. I talk a lot about this in Harry Potter, where it's like, things are shown either to be black and white, as in they're either really good or they're really bad. Like, there are, one of the examples is the centaurs. There are either really good centaurs or really bad centaurs. The thing is, the really bad centaurs are based off of Native Americans. I'm like, what the fuck? But with
Yeah, it also pisses me off that people still gravitate to Harry Potter, and it's like, the goblins are very obvious Jewish tropes. And I believe the Bank of Gringotts is actually described as having a Star of David on the floor.
No, it flat out does. In the movie, it flat out does, and
Okay.
yeah.
I couldn't remember if that was movie, text, or both.
It was both, but the movie makes it a lot more clear. And
Okay.
J.K. Rowling had a big hand in how the sets were designed. So interpret that how you feel.
Yeah. And then I know this is very much more text, but Hermione and Ron can do the exact same thing. Hermione's adjectives will be more negative, and Ron's will be more positive.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's something that I've not seen many people comment on, and I noticed it when I was doing my reread in the past year, and it's like, now that I know about it, it's so glaring. But it's just, turn to a page, find something Ron does, find something Hermione does. Hermione is described as bossy, Ron is described as helpful. Like, it is... I'm not sure you could find a example where it's not like that.
I mean, I would kind of understand that if it was listed in the first book, because Harry's still a kid, and kids do kind of have those biases based on how they would grow up. And with how Harry grew up, he would have those biases. But if that goes on throughout all the books, holy crap, that's bad.
It's at least in the first 4 books.
Yeah, no, after the first book, it should have been done with. Harry
Yeah.
should have grown.
Yeah, no, it is through several books. And the thing I don't quite get is Grana and Ginny doesn't get much development until, like, the last book.
Because Ginny
If
only
any.
exists to be Harry's love interest. Literally nothing
Yes.
else.
But she gets more Ron descriptions. So it's just the smart, intelligent girl that has the negative connotation.
No, I don't think it's even that. I think it's the girl who believes in equal rights gets negative connotations. Because with how Harry Potter is going right now, I mean...
Yeah. But, like, it's not just the author is bad. It's not just the recent game is bad. There is bad from the beginning all the way to the present.
Yeah. No, I was like discussing that with somebody. I was like, you have to understand my point of view here. It isn't just that the IP is bad, ban the IP, or that one particular person was like, well, there's worse IPs out there. Take, for example, The Witcher. Do you have any problem with The Witcher? I was like, okay, I've never read or watched or whatever the frick The Witcher is. I don't even know what that is. But I'm going to bet with how The Witcher is received, they actually have a point. Harry Potter doesn't have a point, and
any point it makes, it counteracts within the 50 pages it makes that point in. Which kind of makes it objectively just a bad tale to base your life around.
Yeah, and honestly, I know The Witcher started as a book, it got very popular as a video game, and now it's got a TV show around it. I've never heard anything really negative about it, though.
Well, from what I understand about The Witcher is that it is a kind of negative tale, shall I say? Where it has a lot of darkness in it. But again, there's a difference between having a very dark tale and having a very poorly written tale that ended up being dark because of its ideas.
Yeah, I mean, they're like Hunger Games is a dark series, but it's very well written.
Yeah, the point of the Hunger Games is to address racism, classism, police brutality, and all that sort of stuff. And it does that stuff well. It's not the best example, mind you, and I don't think anyone would deny that. But it does what it's trying to do well.
Yeah. And we had just been talking about it, so it was still on my head.
Yeah.
For whatever it's worth, if you disable the animations, the battle animations, it actually goes faster.
Oh yeah, I know. I just don't do that because I don't like how that looks when I'm playing it.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. Oh, a brilliant Choodle! Not shiny. I have to say I'm getting brilliant Choodles, though.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, you can do dark stuff well, and you can do lighthearted stuff very badly. And
Yeah.
Harry Potter falls into that second category.
Yeah, because you wouldn't think that a book based around a boy goes to school would be that dark, but then it just ends up being just like, what the frick is going on here?
Not only that, it's like, okay, boy is different. Boy finds out that being different can actually be a benefit, and then stops supremacists. It's like, on the face of it, that's a very decent story, but it's the nuance and how the world is described and built that ends up being very negative.
One of my favorite examples of this is I ask people, give me a reason why the wizards are at the top of the pyramid. And nobody can give me a valid reason why. Because Hagrid, the centaurs, the goblins, all of them are treated as second class. And and I always ask, give me a reason why they are all treated as second class when, especially in the games, they are shown to be very intelligent creatures and they are shown to be equal to wizards in every other way. So why are they second class? And nobody can give me a reason why in text. And I'm just like, that ends up being the issue. If you are building a Wizard Supreme state, but not giving any valid reason, and then making a joke among any attempt of being equal rights. It's like, how do you make sense of this?
Yeah, and I feel like if she hadn't even written those characters in, that would have been a big improvement. Like, you really don't need the centaurs, you really don't need the goblins, except to be really shitty tropes.
Yeah, I mean,
other than being really bad tropes, they serve no plot point.
If it was a case with the centaurs, because I wouldn't mind the centaurs if they were like, if they were more developed to be more equal among all of them, if the only good centaur wasn't a glistening white being, like, good job, JK. But no, if the centaurs were more equally done, and it was just a case of, oh, some centaurs prefer to be out in the woods and live off the land, and we kind of prefer to be in the cities, like, that would be fine. That would be absolutely fine. There are ways to go around that are perfectly acceptable. But the depiction that she does make, that makes them a problem.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't need to write out the characters. You would just need to make it so then it's just like some people want to be that way. That's just the way it is, and that would be fine. But the way
And that's true to real life.
Exactly. Well, to an extent, anyways.
Well, I mean, some people prefer to live in the big cities. Some people prefer to live in smaller cities. Some people prefer to live out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Some people prefer to live on a socialist agrarian commune.
Yeah, very true. But it's like, there were ways to make Harry Potter into something more than it was. And it feels like every step of the way where Harry Potter could have been more, J.K. Rowling just actively fought against it.
Yeah. And you can definitely tell, like, she didn't just wake up, something clicked, and she became a bigot. She was always full of hate.
Yeah.
And you can tell from her writing.
Well, I mean, she put an essay into a kid's book, so... I'm going to say by your silence you didn't know that was a thing.
Essay?
In the Harry Potter...
Oh. Yeah.
How
Yeah,
she-
no, I did not know that was a thing.
One of the creatures in its mythology is known for essaying women, and she makes a very graphic scene about a woman being dragged into the forest by those creatures. And at the point of the research she's done, there's no way she didn't know that that was a part of the mythology. So she flat out just put that into the kid's book, and
No,
she presented it as a really good thing.
I've never heard about that.
Yeah, people ignore that as much as they can. But I'm just like, when she comes back, she's very beaten and she's very shaken up and she's very weepy-eyed. So it's there. It's there in the text.
As if I thought it could get any worse.
No, if you know some of the things that she based off of, she based the characters off of, it can get extremely dark if you think the implications. Like how there was a peeping Tom scene inside one of the books.
Oh, there's a bunch with Moaning Myrtle.
Well, not even with
Like
Moaning Myrtle. There was a scene where Harry had a stalker from one of the newspapers, and she would transform herself into a fly and just ride around Harry's back.
Yeah, and then there's I know who you're talking about, but there's also Colin Creevey, who was kind of stalkery, at least in the movies.
Oh gosh, I don't remember that at all. But I didn't like the movies at all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I jumped around on the movies after I decided I wasn't reading books anymore because something bothered me about the books. I can't remember. I think I was on the 4th or 5th book, and I just was like, something's bothering me about this book, and I can't remember what. There's something about Harry. Something he said just bothered me to the point where I didn't want to read books anymore, and I jumped around and watched the movies because I have them all on Google Play, and I was just like, I can't with this whole thing.
Yeah, I tried reading the first movie. I tried reading the first book, and as a kid, like you, just something did not feel right. I can't pinpoint exactly what it was, but it just... I loved reading. I hated that book, and I could never determine why, but I enjoyed the book, or I enjoyed the movies.
No,
Namely,
when it comes to
namely my sister. Go ahead.
When it comes to Harry Potter, I can't enjoy any of the media anymore because I just see glaring issue after glaring issues, and the fact that one of the movies is based around drugging people, I'm just like, I'm done. I am fucking done.
Oh yeah, today I could not do anything with Harry Potter. But as a kid, my sister enjoyed watching them. I enjoyed watching them. And honestly, like, one of the very ironic things is I did enjoy it because as I grew up, I saw Hermione and I'm like, that's a pretty dress. I like that dress. I want to wear that dress. And I didn't have the words for it yet, but like, that's one of my trans awakenings is Harry Potter.
Yeah.
And
oh,
it-
interesting.
Very ironic now given J.K. Rowling.
Yes.
But yeah, and especially it helped that what's the age difference? I think I was, as the movies were coming out, I was like 3 or 4 years younger than the main characters.
Oh wow.
So like it, as the movie would finally come out and then be out of theaters and actually on to the cable TV syndicate, it would be a couple years later, so like it was kind of close to my age.
Oh nice. That makes sense, honestly.
Let me see if I can find the age. Okay, that doesn't really help. Apparently, everything takes place in the 90s or the 80s. No, 90s.
Yeah.
Everything was like a decade before it came out. But I vaguely remember the age range and like looking up to Hermione and Ginny.
Hermione and Ginny are something I remain to this day really mad about because their entire characters got annihilated for very stupid plot points.
Oh yeah, I always wanted more character development from Ginny.
Yeah.
And her being just kind of a damsel in distress in the movie she's introduced in was just, ugh.
Yeah, same with the book. Hey, out of curiosity, are you okay if I order some food and start eating on stream? Because I haven't eaten today.
Oh, go for it.
Alright. I know some people get
Actu-
bothered by it, so I'm just like, I just want to make sure.
No, I'm good. I don't typically eat on stream, but
Neither do I, but it's like, I literally woke up like an hour before stream. It's like, oh shoot, I meant to wake up a lot earlier. Actually, we were talking like at 4 in the morning or like at 5 in the morning, and then there was 2 hours where I went silent. That's because I fell back asleep. I didn't mean to. I thought I was gonna wake up, but I'm just like, I fell back asleep unintentionally.
nah, it's all good. I slept basically all day yesterday, got a couple hour nap last night. I've been up since 2 a.m. It's now 12.
Ah, fair enough.
So I've been up for a while. I've had breakfast. I probably should make some lunch at some point.
Yeah, no, I need food.
Yeah, by all means, get some food. I guess if you want to wait, we can try to coordinate and go off at the same time, or one of
Yeah.
us goes, the other keeps talking, and we switch off.
Hey, I'm down for whatever, honestly.
Same here, like, I have no hard plans. I was just like, hey, you want to try this thing? I've never done a shiny race before.
I've done one shiny race before, and it went terribly.
How so?
The person I was doing it with, he was very dominating in every single thing that we were talking about, and he only wanted to talk about things he wanted to talk about. And then he got really mad when I won.
Ah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you were willing to give it a second chance with me.
Oh, always. You're fun.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna order some food from a local place. Gonna order some
I've got
eggs
plenty.
and bacon and stuff like that.
I have plenty of leftovers. I'm just gonna microwave something up. I think I've still got some runzas to finish off.
Oh, nice.
You actually know what runzas are?
I think it's one of the things that I've tried before because my school would used to have like this try everything from different cultures day. I think Renzas was one of the things I've tried. If I remember correctly.
Interesting, because even in the Midwest, like if you go outside of Nebraska, there's a very steep drop off in people who know what runzas are. Like it's such a niche ethnic food, and maybe it's in part because the U.S. very much aided in the genocide of the Volga Germans. That's what we're called, I guess. 'Cause I guess I'm part of that ethnicity.
Nice.
But runzas are very much like a mixture of Germanic foods as well as Russian foods. Because it's from a group of German people who got kicked out of Germany, fled to Russia. They were allowed to settle along the Volga River, and then they got kicked out of Russia. And the US didn't like them either.
Oh, wow.
But there's a fast food restaurant, or whatever you want to call it, here in Nebraska called Runza, and they basically have a trademark on that name.
Oh, that's
unfortunately.
Really cool.
And they're like the main spreaders of the food now.
Nice. Yeah, no, we had at that particular school, it was a Catholic school, but we had a lot of people who came from like literally anywhere in the world. So the school kind of prided itself on doing things to make people understand different cultures, and for like we actively had to have talks about how different life is for different people. Like it was even a discussion point of like police brutality and how that could negatively affect some people. So
shit! I wish I went to that school.
No, you don't. It was a Catholic school. They were mean about other things. They were not very. They were not friendly about other things. I'll tell you that much.
Okay, but for that one thing,
yeah, that one
they
thing,
did really well.
That one thing they did really well. They didn't shy away from the fact that people walk different paths, and they even acknowledged from their own shortcomings, and it's like, it was interesting. It was interesting, and
yeah, I was gonna ask. Like, I know it's in more recent years, it's become a big deal with the indigenous population and the Catholic Church having lots of issues between each other, mostly one-sided. And I know that's a kind of a touchy subject. I was gonna ask if it sounds like they did kind of touch upon that a little bit.
They forced every single student, regardless of the grade, to sit there and listen to multiple Native people, multiple teachers, multiple sources about how bad the residential school system is, about the horrors that went through it. At that point of time, that school that I went to was the most educated on what actually happened within the residential school system and what it actually set out to do, the racism behind it, the ideologies behind it. They did not hide anything from us at that point. We were all high schoolers, so it wasn't like it was not age appropriate, but they were blunt about it. They flat out said, this is a wrongdoing of us. We have to acknowledge it's a wrongdoing of us, and yeah.
Actually have to give mad props for that. Because here in the US, we also had a similar program that it's still not very open about.
Really?
Yeah, I think Canada is doing a really good job of at least acknowledging it, if not making concessions and corrections. But here in the US, especially on the West or on the East Coast, they had a similar program. And that it's just not been a big talking point.
Yeah.
When it kind of blew up in the last couple years in Canada, it started to kind of get talked about, but it was always like, oh yeah, and the Canadians also did this. And
Yeah, that's not the way you go about it.
yeah. The US has a lot that we still need to account for.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
even as recently as World War II, with, well, I guess the residential schools were even up to the 70s, I believe?
the last residential school closed down in the 90s or early 2000s.
I know that for Canada. I don't know the years for US.
Yeah. But I don't know.
I think the US closed down a little bit earlier. In fact, let me Google that if I'm not talking out my ass.
I am gonna say though, not that this is gonna affect how I'm discussing this now, but this is kind of a bit more of a touchier subject for me. I do try and speak matter of fact of it, but in some degrees, my family was harmed by the residential schools at some point. So I speak matter of factly of it, kind of try and not think about how it affected my family line too much, because it's a hard thing to think about, especially when I know my I knew my great-grandmother really well, and she has talked about some things in her past, and it's just like...
If you want to go to a different subject, by all means.
No, I'm just saying because people have commented before in the past when I talked about that I seem very detached from it all. There's a reason for that. I don't mind talking about it. It's just there's a reason why I discuss it the way I do.
I totally get it. I'm very much the same way. I get very detached to stuff, and I kind of mentioned the Volga German genocide. Like, I have no idea what my family history is like because that was actively suppressed.
Yeah.
And my grandpa actually, it was of the generation where they were very harshly scolded and to some degrees downright abused for speaking German.
Yeah.
And my sister's been trying to do genealogical research, keeps hitting dead ends. And it looks like there's really not much family history we can get from the US. We have to go either to Russia or Ukraine, which are great traveling destinations right now. Yay!
Yeah! Oh my gosh! All the tourism.
Yeah, that was actually on the plans for a family vacation to Russia. And now it looks like that's never gonna happen.
Yeah,
But I guess we've got family. Back before I was born, there was actually a family vacation that we've got family out that's returned to Germany, and the family all went out to visit that side of the family. And I guess it was kind of part of the whole let's rebuild the Volga German culture initiative.
Nice. Rebuild that culture. Be strong. Be proud.
Well, unfortunately, just like even to this day, my sister's been able to find like family crests and whatnot, but beyond that, we just don't know a lot.
Yeah,
a lot of it never got digitized or was actively destroyed and may now be actively destroyed because it would be in churches and whatnot in Russia or Ukraine.
Yeah.
So it's still hard to find information. Even Germany for a couple decades was very active in like, hey, if you're a Volga German, feel free to come back to Germany, we'll welcome you. They've kind of closed that down because I tried to look into that as a possible route to GTFO from the US. Because, of course, things are shitty here. And they now
Come
require you to
together.
know German.
Come to Canada. It's something here.
Yeah, that is a plan we've got. My
Oh, seriously?
sister. Yeah, my sister and her husband have connections to Canada, and they have talked about moving to Canada, getting fast-tracked for citizenship, and then I could get in via them and get fast-tracked.
I mean, technically, I don't know how this is gonna work, but Canada is planning on making a law that if you are a trans person and you can't live in your state anymore, you can come to Canada for citizenship if you want to live in peace. It's something that's being put out there. I don't know if they're signing that in. If it is getting signed in, it should be soon. But yeah.
If you can get me details on that, I would definitely welcome a DM.
I would need to look into that, yeah.
Because I don't have a college degree. I struggled in college. So getting in through like having a college degree or advanced training or something probably wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But I have thought about asylum for being queer. And then my sister and her husband already had to move once. They used to live in West Virginia, and they were getting active death threats and active people were coming by and disturbing them, harassing them. So they moved to New York City, and that's where they would like to stay. But if the US continues to get worse, we have talked as a family about moving to Canada.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I don't know the details of it. I know very surface level things about it, but I do know there's some information on the Canadian site for it and stuff like that. So I'll dig into that and see if I can find what I can find out of it.
Actually, Google autofill is giving me stuff.
Of course.
I just searched Canada granting, and it autofilled with asylum transgender.
Yep.
CBC. Activists in Waterloo, Ontario launched an online petition to the House of Commons. So yeah, it looks like it's still in the petitioning phase. Started January 26th.
It has had such a massive push within like the recent weeks though that I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to backtrack it. I know, again, everything I know about is really surface level. I just know it's something that is out there and it's an option. I will say, if you do come to Canada and you end up in my neck of the woods, I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, Calgary is kind of in the plains, right?
Calgary's in between the mountains and kind of the rolling hills of the mountains, if that makes sense. So it's not exactly flat. I'm gonna say that.
So it's kind of more foothills.
Pretty much, yeah. And in certain places, you can actually see the mountains from Calgary, but
Okay.
And it's like, if you want to go to Banff, it's like, it's not that far of a drive, and you could make a day trip out of it. Like, my family and I used to go all the time where we'd go and climb a mountain, sit at top of a picnic, and be home in time for dinner.
How close is Calgary to Edmonton?
2 hours by driving, I
Okay.
think, something like that.
Because there's a Doctor Who podcast I listen to called Radio Free Skaro, and they talk about Calgary and Edmonton all the time.
Yeah, people who live in Calgary and or Edmonton tend to go to either city a lot. Like, there's a lot of businesses that just jump between the two of them. I don't understand why.
It makes sense. Like, 2 hours is not that far.
It's
In the
basically
US.
nothing. Is basically
Yeah.
nothing.
And I feel like it'd even be even less in Canada, because Canada's got a lot less population than the US and a lot less dense.
Yeah.
Like, outside of Vancouver and some other towns, like, there really isn't a huge population base in Canada.
There really isn't. But I mean, like,
But that,
I was saying that because my area in Calgary sometimes are very questionable. You walk around outside and you see some very questionable things. Like, the other
That-
day when I was walking back from work, I usually walk past a mall, and there was this person that was, like, very preachy, being, like, publicly anti-LGBT and preaching against sin and all that kind of stuff. I walked down 2 more blocks, and there's a church beating people and saying that everyone deserves to be loved despite what their life is, and they're like, we welcome LGBT people, we love LGBT. I'm just like, yeah, okay, this is Canada. I guess this works.
Calgary is in Alberta, right?
Yes, Alberta tends to be one of the more conservative places, though. Well,
I've heard of this.
conservative used very loosely because we're nowhere near as conservative as the US. I can guarantee you that.
Oh yeah, I've heard it described as the Texas of the North.
It kind of is, yes. But yeah. It's not the worst thing in the world. There's definitely worse places you can go, but there are definitely improvements that we could be making.
And at least you guys are headed in the right direction, unlike we are.
In some ways, yes.
In enough ways,
In
I
enough
would say.
ways. I wonder.
And just like in general. Whereas in general, we're kind of not headed in the right direction here.
Did they pass that? Did they not pass that?
That's what?
They made a bill in 2021 that would make conversion therapy a criminal offense. I was like, did they pass that or no?
I think I heard something about that, but it may have been the US or another country I heard.
No, Canada Flower does have one that was being passed in December of 2021. But I don't know if they actually passed it or not. I think they did. It seems like every
Yes, they did.
Ooh.
Yes.
Okay, so
I can. I'll
That's
show
a
you
lot.
the link.
all right. That's good, because I was thinking, like, did that bill not get passed? Because I thought that it didn't get passed for a reason.
Yep, in 2021 December.
Oh, so yeah, Flow did get banned. Okay.
Yeah.
But now it's like a full-on criminal offense thing, so it's like, yeah, it is. We're going the right direction for that, but in other directions, like racism, we're not so much. There are still some things in terms of racism that we need to address, but we don't.
To give your country more credit, like in the grand scheme of things, I think Canada's doing a very excellent job of, at least it's a discussion point. it's a talking point. Here in the US, you'll actively get shut down if you are like, hey, we should start caring about people who don't look like us. And considering how much more multicultural the US is, it's surprising how backwards we are on that.
I feel like much more the US is going backwards. I know a lot of people who are fleeing to other states such as Florida because of Bill's laws being passed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess that's fair, Jinx. This obviously shows how little the US I actually know, because I don't realize how bad things are in the US. Because it's just like, I am so focused on what Canada is doing that I'm just like, I can't even comprehend how crazy things are going on in the US.
And that is to be expected. Like, you're gonna be more focused on where you live.
Yeah.
But yeah, my sister's husband's sister, so I guess my brother-in-law's sister,
Yeah.
they're actually looking at leaving Texas because her kid is trans.
Ah.
And so they're like packing up, selling their stuff at a steep loss just so they can get out of town as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that hasn't really been the case here for a long time. Well, Saskatchewan is a different story, but I mean, yeah. Things are somewhat okay where I am, but many states are pushing anti-LGBTQ laws and bills. It's scary. I don't understand why they're pushing so much of it, to be honest with you. It's gone to the point where there's like over 300 anti-trans bills alone. I'm just like, why?
Because it's easy to get the conservatives riled up, and conservatives have to be riled up for them to vote. And it's an easy discussion point of, oh my god, think of the children, we can't sexualize anything, when that's not even the issue.
I'll tell you,
But-
I've only had issues with one drag queen reading to kids, and that hasn't been an issue since.
I never even knew that was a thing until conservatives started complaining about it, and I would assume that's for most people. Like, I thought that was a new thing, let alone it's been going on for years.
Yeah, no, here I'm pretty sure it's been going on for years as well. But the thing is, like, there was only issues with one, because the one that the person was reading, they were joke books. You weren't actually supposed to read them to kids, but they were. So that was an issue. But since then, everything's been fine. So I'm just like, it doesn't really matter if it's like very glamorified or if it's a teddy bear. I don't care, as long as you're encouraging kids to read books. So yeah. Oh, my food's gonna get here, so I've probably gone for a minute. So yeah.
Alright.
Feel free to talk to my chat as much as you want.
I'm starting to get a little bit hungry, so I might run off to get some food as well here shortly.
Yeah, I shouldn't be long to pick up my food, so I'll be right back.
Alright. Ah, fun topics. I wish the US was going in the same direction as Canada. But, hey, maybe I'll get easier access to Canada. Set up a streaming operation over there. Or up there? I don't know. Moving sucks. Moving to a different country sucks, but if I can get fast tracked through immigration, that would make life so much easier. I don't even think I could get through immigration right now, because a big thing countries look for, and even Canada, is like, do you have an advanced education or specialized training? And I don't. So I would need to find some loophole like this to help get me through. Conservatives are scary. My aunt told me one time she thinks queer people have been brainwashed by, get this, 5G radio waves. Yeah, people like to just blame anything on the latest technology, whether it's TikTok or 5G or 4G or smartphones or the internet or video games or whatever. Like, that is such a cliche at this point. When the 5G conspiracy theories were going around, I had given up after 4G. And I'm like, okay, yep, idiots are gonna idiot. They'll just change the technology, and in a few years, there'll be something new. But it's also like, and this is something that I really try to bring up as often as possible on these kinds of discussions, is there was a huge queer and even transgender community in Berlin in the 30s, and it was like the place to be if you were queer in Europe. And the genocide was so big that even the US aided that genocide and completely shut down discussions of queer people in the Holocaust. And to this day, there's the rightful discussions about Jewish people, Roma people, all these other groups. But I don't think there's enough discussion about queer people in the Holocaust. And we've got this documentation going back now almost 150 years. Well, almost 100 years. And you can even look at, like, going back to ancient times with the Roman Empire, the Roman Republic, and even ancient Greece. It was common. In fact, they didn't even have a term for straight or gay. People had sex with people, and the gender you had, or the sex you had sex with, did not matter. They did not have those terms. It was just sex is sex, whether you're having it with someone who identifies as a male or a female, it did not matter. I try to explain that being trans isn't a choice when conservatives are so convinced it is. I try not to let it get to me and just continue being who I am. Yeah, I try to bring out the historical perspective of, like, once upon a time, only being attracted to the person of the opposite sex was actually considered a taboo. And I try to be like, if you went back in time and you met an ancient Greek or an ancient Roman person, they would say, why aren't you having sex with people who are of the same sex as you? Why are you making that choice? And they'd be like, no, that's how I was born. That's how I've always been. And so I try to redirect the discussion.
To be fair,
like
though,
that.
How ancient Rome is taught in schools is very British washed, as I like to call it, to fit what the British Empire wanted. How the actual Romans actually operated as people did not match anything that I learned in school.
Yeah, there's actually a couple really good history podcasts I listen to. One is called The History of Rome. And the dude goes really deep into the history as well as the culture. And then there's also another similar podcast for British history. And, like, they get very in-depth.
Mm-hmm. That's really cool.
But yeah, it sucks. Conservatives are just always gonna be like, oh, you're different by choice. Why are you choosing to be different? It's just it's just a phase thing of being a teenager just constantly. And they're like, what? When are you gonna grow out of this phase? This is who I am. This is not a phase.
Yeah.
At least me personally, I finally think I've broken my family on that. because when I was finally coming out to myself as being trans, I started growing my hair out, and this was during COVID lockdown, so everyone was like, oh, you're getting a COVID hairstyle, you need to get your hair cut. For a couple of years, every time I saw my family, they'd be like, oh, when are you gonna get your hair cut? I'm like, I'm not. At least, not until it grows another foot or two. Like, I want long hair.
Long hair is great.
And I finally come out to most of my family now, although I don't think my grandma has any concept of what being trans is.
Yeah.
But she's also in her 70s, I think, and I've been thinking she's getting senile for the last the last 10 years or so.
Sorry, Grandma, you've been going senile since you were born.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I've been trying to get my mom to have the, hey, we need to take the keys away from you, you're unsafe to drive, for like 10 years now.
That's a really hard discussion to have with somebody, to be honest with
It is, but at the same time, one, it's a sign that we need to design our cities better. And two, you're not just a danger to yourself, you're a danger to innocent other people. And I do think my grandma is a danger to people on the road. She should not be driving. And especially now, like, especially after COVID, where she couldn't get out of her retirement community because they tried really hard to get her to keep COVID from coming in. Like, she learned how to work from her home, her apartment. I don't see why she needs to continue going into the office, especially when it's not the safest road to travel on.
Jinx, I'm sorry to hear that. I know Jehovah's Witnesses can be a particular brand of tough.
I actually know, not firsthand, but very close secondhand. My brother-in-law is a former Jehovah's Witness. He escaped from the religion. Some of his family is still in the religion, and I use that word loosely. And he actually has a YouTube channel that he tries to educate, like, what a cult is, and he talks a lot about Jehovah's Witnesses.
I've been digging into Jehovah's Witnesses a lot recently, mainly because I'm interested in how they operate as people. I'm just like, there's some very weird things that they do, like how much time you need to dedicate to like your studies and stuff like that. I'm just like, I don't know.
And that's actually, there's not really a goal to that other than it is a control mechanism. There's so much of Jehovah's Witness that is just breaking ties with other people and creating ties with the religion. So that way you have a sunk cost fallacy of, if you leave, you've got nothing.
Yeah.
And that's why they make such a big deal about shunning people.
Oh, if we're going down this route, I am gonna say this. If you are in any form of church that believes in like a biblical God, like the actual Bible God, when you disown or shun or disfellowship anyone, you are technically worse than a heathen. You're not supposed to disown anyone in your family, especially those in your own family. It's theorized in a lot of texts that like you damn yourself to hell if you do that. So like maybe don't. Maybe just love your family.
Yeah. And Jinx, that's definitely basically the exact wording that my brother-in-law has used. And it does suck. There's there's so much messed up with the and I don't even want to use the term religion because cult is a much better term. But there's so much messed up with the organization. And when you start looking at what they do as trying to control people, a lot of the weird things that they do start to make more sense. Like, even the whole do not take blood transfusions thing makes sense as a control mechanism.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, best of luck to you, Jinx. And I don't know how much you care about quote-unquote advertising, but I can link my brother-in-law's channel.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead. Actually, you might need to send it to me so I can post it because I do have links blocked on my channel. But
Well, you can look up Telltale Atheist on YouTube.
wait, that's
also...
wait, what?
Huh?
I've been watching that guy for years.
Oh! Yeah! Yeah, he's my brother-in-law.
Are you serious? I love that guy.
Yeah, Rose? She's my sister.
Wow, that's an interesting thing that because I've been watching him casually. I've been watching him casually for years because I really like listening to his voice and how he discusses things and about his stories. And I'm just like, I really enjoy his videos and all that kind of stuff. And I'm just like, I did not realize you were. That is cool. That is cool.
Yeah, actually my sister kind of has a similar story. One of the times he came out for a visit while they were dating, he did kind of a fan meetup here.
Yeah.
And a bunch of her friends showed up, and she was like, "Why are you here?" And they're like, "Because I watch his videos." And she's like, "Oh my god, he's my boyfriend."
Oh my gosh. That's amazing.
I finally caught a Lotad, or found a Lotad. It's not shiny. And like, she's been in some of his videos, especially when he did the dating episodes, the dating website videos.
Yeah.
Man. And I think I've at least been in the background of some of his streams, because when I go out to visit, I'll be in the background, especially helping to keep Miki from getting onto stuff.
That's just kind of funny that a person I've been watching for years is connected to you, somebody that I was bound to meet.
I apologize in advance. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all.
Oh, great. Now the pictures of that ride is going to be stuck in my head all day.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, he's great. He's awesome.
He is, and he actually helped me get my... Actually, I think he's the one who bought my copy of Alpha Sapphire. He also is the one that helped me get my 3DS capture card up and running.
That's cool.
And we're actually talking right now, my copy of Emerald, the battery has very obviously died just from age. So he's been sending me instructions for how to switch that out.
Really smart dude, eh?
Yeah. I mean, we both love gaming and retro gaming, so it's kind of something we both enjoy chatting about. And oh my god, his gaming collection is just, it's drool worthy.
Nice. Is he like a game collector where he has like all the generations, or is he just
So his doesn't have an exhaustive list, but he has an Atari 2600, he has an Atari 5200, he has an Atari Lynx, a Sega Saturn, Sega Master, he has a NES, he has a SNES, his Nintendo 64 is actually formerly mine.
Oh wow.
He has a Game Boy. He has multiple Game Boys, multiple Game Boy Colors, Game Boy Advances, Game Boy Advance SPs. He has all of the Pokemon games up to Gen 4, I believe. He has all of the Zelda games. He has all but one of the Virtual Boy games, as well as a working Virtual Boy.
Yeah, that is impressive.
And then he's got some other just miscellaneous console, especially handheld consoles. Like he's got a massive collection.
That is quite the impressive collection, honestly.
It is.
Sorry, I'm not talking too much. I got my food, so I'm like shoving my face. I didn't realize how hungry I was.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, whenever I go out there, that's like one of the things we always talk about is games we want to collect. And we didn't really have or the last couple times I've gone up, we've had kind of a project that we end up working on together, whether it's the 3DS, capture card, or just random other stuff. Last time I went out, they were both sick with COVID.
Oh no!
So, we really didn't do too much.
Yeah, I can see why.
No longer have the nylon thread in my face, yay. Okay, I've got questions, Xano. I'm curious about this nylon thread that was formerly in your face.
I like how casually we're talking about like politics and all that kind of stuff.
I'm. It kind of annoys my family because I am very open about my politics. I am very open about my beliefs and very outspoken. Xano, I just have questions in general. Like, I don't even know enough to have a specific question other than like, what is this nylon thread? Why is it in your face? What, or why was it in your face? Why are you glad to have it removed?
All the questions. Tell us the entire story of why the thread was there.
Oh, I'm guessing this is related to getting stitches removed? And clipping out stitches out of my eyebrow. Okay, that makes sense. Do I dare ask what you did to your eyebrow? And I will caution you, I get very sensitive to injuries quickly. Or I get very sensitive to injuries. Yeah, I'm very outspoken, and especially when people are like, yeah, believe what you want to believe. Like, no. That ends as soon as you start getting hateful.
Yeah.
You can believe what you want about religion up until it impacts how you view reality.
Yeah.
How you view the people around you. How you view healthcare and just basic fundamental facts. You can believe that a god created everything, but you have to accept that evolution is real. If you don't, you are living in a wonderland. You are not living in reality. Yeah, exactly, Jinx. Like, agree to disagree to me is just kind of... You're avoiding the discussion because you don't want to ask the important questions. You don't want to have the important thoughts. There's fundamentally things that are not able to be agreed to disagreed on.
Indeed.
I never know how to talk about politics because the way I believe things and the way I vote are two completely different issues.
I try to vote the way I believe, and granted that's kind of difficult in this conservative state. But
Well, for me,
I
that
generally vote. Or go ahead.
For me, that generally isn't an option because what I personally believe isn't necessarily what I think is better for other people in other different walks of life. So I tend to vote for what I think is better for people in other walks of life. Like, for example, I actively would never get an abortion. I don't believe that you should be messing with that type of spiritual stuff because I do believe every being has a spirit no matter how young it is. But at the same time, I wouldn't vote against pro-choice things because that's just an endangerment of other people who don't share that belief. So it's kind of like, I vote pro-choice because I believe it would be better for other people to have those options, but it wouldn't necessarily be something I'm interested in. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah, it does.
So like,
And
again,
that's actually...
for me, that's weird because that makes politics weird for me to talk about because I will vote for things that I don't necessarily agree with because I don't think it should matter if I agree with it or not.
And I guess one way you can look at it is you are still voting the way you believe. Just you are voting pro-choice and you will not take the choice, but you still want to have the choice. You don't want the decision to be forced upon you.
I suppose that's one way to look at it.
That's kind of how I've been trying to get my family around it, is like, you guys may never get an abortion, but maybe my cousin will need an abortion. Maybe my sister will need an abortion. If they want one, they should be able to have one. Maybe they have a medical necessity to get one. That's not uncommon.
Yeah, no, that's mostly what I've always been thinking about. It's like, even with the choice stuff, even if the choice stuff matters, that doesn't really matter for me. It's just keeping it legally there in case there is a medical emergency.
Xana, long story short, I got slammed in the face by a metal door that swings upwards. And it's supposed to have a secure lever lock. The lock rusted and snapped when being fun. Made a new lever lock and got it through, so that shouldn't happen again. Probably. Best of luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, best of luck. That sounds harsh.
Jinx, I can't even vote yet. Being in online fandoms for years, I've seen so many debates about different subjects and had discussions with people about very sensitive subjects. Yeah, same here. Like, I've had discussions about religion, about abortion, about sex ed, about all the various queer-related topics. And to me, like, fundamentally gets down to, regardless of what you believe, you need to leave the door open for other people to make their choices and have their own autonomy. And especially with, like, Harry Potter, I've been trying to force some discussions with people who love the show or love the fandom to be like, hey, back to everything we were talking about earlier in the stream. All that exists. If you enjoy it, that's fine, but think about what you are enjoying. And between that, being queer, being autistic, and ADHD, like, I have to be outspoken because I have to be my own advocate. Yeah, thank you. Because nobody else is around me. Well, outside my immediate family, nobody else is going to advocate for me.
Yeah.
Especially nobody where I live.
Yeah.
And we actually have a state senator where I live. They're not my senator, but I wish they were. They have been on a now 4-week filibuster of everything, going through the floor votes, specifically protesting the anti-transgender bills.
That's actually something, yeah.
They have filibustered every single thing that has come through, and only like the core necessities like funding appropriations are being allowed through. Everything else is getting stopped.
That's... wow.
And they also kept that up, doing like 8-hour a day, nothing but talking for 8 hours, even through strep throat.
That's fucking impressive.
Yeah, that's being an ally.
Indeed. Going back to Harry Potter, people were comparing it to, like, if you can't not play a game, how do I expect you to vote to benefit me? I'm just like, that's actually a really good point. If people, if people can't stop themselves from playing a game that only about 25% of people actually completed, by the way, then how do you expect them to vote in favor of you? How do you expect them to go to the protest? How do you expect them to actually speak up when this stuff matters?
Like, and it does matter, even in the game. Like, there's core fundamentals of the game that are harmful and bigoted.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just the author sucks. It is the game itself sucks.
The game itself is rich with a lot of issues. A lot of issues.
Yes. The very, very skin deep Jewish trope group is trying to get equal rights, and they are the bad guys. And it takes place in very coincidentally, question mark? It takes place the exact same year that a Jewish pogrom started in Europe. I believe Poland.
If you know the history of the studio, then you know that wasn't by mistake.
No. And even ignoring that, like, it says a lot about the series, the universe of Harry Potter, that they were able to dredge up all this hateful stuff.
Yeah.
And the trans, or the, I forget the term, but the, generic trans character that got inserted
in. Token trans.
Token, yes, thank you. The token trans character, I believe they get dead, or not dead named, but they get misgendered a bunch. And they're also on the bad side. The quote-unquote bad side. The antagonist side. I
do actually want to mention, this does kind of make sense with what J.K. Rowling recently said about the Death Eaters in her books. How she compared them to the LGBTQ plus community. Which kind of makes me think that she did actually have a say in the game, and that she was a lot more involved in the game than people were selling it as. which is very concerning to me. Because if she was actually a part of it, then this just shows how far she's going to go.
Yeah, and even if she wasn't involved, it still says a lot, like, that it's part of her universe. It was signed off by so many people, not just in the studio, but it also had to have been signed off by Warner Brothers.
And they had a few issues.
Apparently not enough.
I mean, they had to rewrite the entirety of the ending of the game.
Oh, but just the ending. That's...
I don't want to say on stream because I actually don't know if this is true or not, but there's a... I'm not going to say on stream. Here, I'll message.
Okay. I know, like, all I've heard about the end is, like, the teacher that...
Well, this has to do with a data mine, but I can't confirm if the data mine was true or not.
Okay.
So this showed what the original ending was supposed to be, but yeah, hang on.
Okay. But anyways, like, if you're able to come up with all this hateful stuff, like, that is a problem. That is a fundamental problem with the universe that you are building your content in. Even Pokemon has some trouble, some stuff, like animal fighting, but it's A, it's cartoonized, and B, it's sanitized enough that and taken out of real life enough.
Well, there's so many degrees
really...
of separation between Pokemon and our reality that it's highly unlikely kids are actually going to start fighting their dogs to be like Pokemon. If anything, it's more likely they'll fight each other and pretend they're Pokemon.
Yeah, there's enough degrees of separation, and it specifically...
But you have to remember, Hogwarts takes place in our world, according to the books. They just take place in our world, and so there is no real degree of separation. There's nothing you can do to separate what's going on in the Hogwarts world and how it compares to the real world, because it ends up being the real world.
Yeah. Whereas Pokemon specifically says it is a fantasy. It is set... It's based on Japanese-based areas or Galars based on the UK, but it's very obviously not real life.
Yeah. There's inspiration, but the inspiration cannot be confused. That's the thing.
Yeah.
By the way, I sent you what the data mine originally said. Again, I don't know if it's true, but I somewhat believe it is.
I see that. I've not heard about that. The most I've heard about the ending of the game is that the teacher that the player character is very friendly with ends up getting killed.
Yep. Well, that's the actual ending to the game. This one was like supposed to be the ending of the game that you originally went through, but it got taken out. Kind of for obvious reasons, mind you.
Yeah?
Same non-binary, autistic 10 here. It's definitely a struggle, but thankfully I found fandoms. Ah, good to hear, James. Good to hear.
And actually, that's one of the things I like about Doctor Who, as well, is it is a show that can go anywhere and do anything, and that involves finding aliens and finding people in different time frames that are a lot more open to other ideas.
Yeah.
And there's the saying that travel broadens your horizons, travel expands your imagination. Doctor Who is all about travel at a fundamental level.
Yeah, that's really cool, actually.
And in the very first season, back in 2000, well, the first season of the Revived series back in 2005, they had a Polly character, I'm just gonna go ahead and say he's omnisexual. He's not just pansexual, he is omnisexual. Then there's also a trans character, who was kind of a joke and was an antagonist, but I'll still count it for. I'll take any representation at that time frame. And I think it was, especially for the time, it was well done.
Indeed. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. All medias are going to have its issues. All medias are going to have its problems. We're not going to sit here and demand a utopia type story. Conflict is part of the reason why stories exist. Like, The Hunger Games, one of the books that I really like, is extremely ableist.
Mm-hmm.
They have some extremely ableist ideas, but it's still an enjoyable book because they don't ignore it like Harry Potter does. I think in subtext there's recognitions that it's like it is ableist, but what are you gonna do about it, I guess? Kind of how I've been thinking about it recently.
And also, it's like, the world is shit. We don't even have the world.
They don't have the resources to help anyone.
Yeah.
That's another thing, yes.
Like, whereas the wizarding community is supposed to be kind of a utopia where they can just bippity boppity boo all their problems away. If they need money, boom, there's all the money you want. You need a ramp, there's a ramp, elevator, whatever. You can even fix your eyes, give yourself better vision or whatever.
Yeah, Harry Potter makes no sense world building wise. There's so many little things, like, why does Hogwarts have so many stairs? Why can't they just teleport each other into the classes they want? What happens with characters in a wheelchair?
Yeah. But back to Doctor Who, we know in the upcoming specials in November, one of the main characters, I know I mentioned this earlier, is a trans character played by a trans actress. Also a person of color. And
who is the Doctor right now, actually? Is it still that David dude, or is it somebody else?
so, Jodie Whittaker was the Doctor. She has finished her run. We are kind of in between Doctor era, and it's a little bit messy right now.
Oh, okay.
Where David Tennant is coming back to Doctor Who. He is a yeah, like I said, it's a little bit messy. He is a new incarnation of the Doctor, so he's not playing his former incarnation. He's playing a whole new incarnation. And then we also know who the Doctor after him is going to be. And that Doctor was actually announced before David Tennant was announced to be coming back.
Oh, wow.
And
talk about a messy area.
Well, that also got into some drama because the next Doctor after him is gonna be his name is Ncuti Gatwa. He is Rwandan, or he is of Rwandan descent. He actually moved to the UK. His family was fleeing the Rwanda genocide, so he's actually got an interesting story, an interesting history.
Sounds like it.
But then it was announced that this white guy was gonna be the Doctor before him. So people got upset, like, we want the person of color, we want that diversity, don't make us wait through another white guy.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, you're not kidding about being messy.
Yeah. Although I will grant, so the whole reason Russell T Davies came back was that during COVID lockdowns, they did some tweet-alongs on Twitter where people would watch an episode at the same time and tweet their thoughts. And there was an episode where he, David Tennant, and Catherine Tate all got back together, and they were having fun reminiscing, and were like, you know, I'd really like to do another episode. Just a one-off. So they basically did the one-off, and then he was enjoying it Russell T Davies was enjoying it so much that he designed a whole season art or whole arc to pitch to the BBC. And Ncuti Gatwa got the role through. Ooh, nice flow tide.
Yeah, it's not shiny though, so it's gonna die.
But he got the role, but he was busy with the Barbie movie. So
I'm sorry, there's a Barbie movie?
There's a Barbie movie. I don't know when it's coming out. July 21st.
Oh, the day after my birthday, great.
It's got Ryan Gosling is Ken. Margot Robbie is Barbie.
Oh, that's
I have no idea who Ncuti Gatwa plays in it.
Huh.
But anyways, he was busy filming that, so he couldn't film Doctor Who until much later. And the time frame would have worked out that either we got David Tennant or we get nothing for the 60th anniversary.
Oh. Huh.
Because this year is the 60th anniversary of Doctor Who.
Yeah, that is something. That's a lot of
It's like-
years for a show to be on air, honestly.
Oh yeah. Granted, it hasn't been on consecutively. There was a break between 1999 and 2005 with a movie in 1996.
I mean, still, though. Still.
Yeah. There were 26 seasons of the original show, and those were every year. Then we're now on season 13? Next season will be 14, I believe, of the modern series. And there has been some gap years since 2005. But yeah, there's a lot of content. That's another nice thing I like about it is you really can't run out of Doctor Who content.
No, you definitely cannot.
Because then once you finish the TV show, there's also books. There's books, there's comics, there's audio dramas. There's also some video games of middling quality. I don't think there's ever really been a good Doctor Who video game.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Doctor Who always seems so interesting to me, but there's so much content to it that's like, I don't know if I could consume this all.
Honestly, you really don't have to.
Fair.
And I would honestly say, like, unless you enjoy watching older TV, probably don't go watching the old stuff. Because it is just so different.
Oh yeah,
But I would say a good starting point is, and these are all for the modern series, season 1 in 2005, season 5 in 2010, and then Jodie Whittaker's first season. What was that? Honestly, I don't know my season numbers well enough anymore.
Jodie Whittaker always seemed very, very lovely, and I've heard of her being the doctor before, but it's just like everyone seemed to like not like her, but I always thought she was lovely.
So Jodie Whittaker is an awesome person. I actually got to see her at a convention, and she's just so bubbly, so high energy. She is a golden retriever in human form. That's the best way I can describe it. Like, think of a stereotypical golden retriever, and that's what she is like.
Yeah.
A lot of people, there were people who got uppity over, oh my god, the doctor can't be a woman. They are dead to me. They are kicked out of the fandom, so say I. There are also people who, and I include myself in this group, did not like the writing of the era.
Ah, that's fair.
Chris Chibnall, the showrunner for the era, he's an awesome person. I've never liked his writing style. It's a very tell, not show.
Oh.
And he tends to half explain things and then never finish explaining it.
Oh, that would tick me off.
Yeah, that's kind of been my big issue. I wanted to enjoy the era, I could not enjoy the writing.
That's interesting. I find that very interesting.
But I'm glad there are people out there who did enjoy it. I'm very happy for them.
Oh, of course, of course.
Yeah. And I've got my era. The Stephen Moffat era was very much made for me. It is very sci-fi, fantasy heavy. The Matt Smith era was very much kind of, it was very kind of, what's the term? Fantasy, I guess? Storybook, I guess. Kind of an old nursery rhyme made into a sci-fi show.
That's an interesting way to describe it.
I can't find a better way to describe it, but in fact, let me see if I can find a good description.
I just realized we're going on to 3.5 hours here.
Hey, time flies when you're having fun.
Yes, and I think we've literally talked about everything from Doctor Who to books to Harry Potter to politics.
Anyway, yeah, the Stephen Moffat era of Doctor Who, both Matt Smith and Peter Capaldi, those were very much up my alley. I'm like, if the rest of Doctor Who for time immemorial isn't quite for me, that's fine. I've still got that era.
That's good. That's good. I mean, as long as you have your Doctor Who that you enjoy.
Yeah, and it's like, especially today, the content's not going away. Yeah, there are missing episodes, but those are from the 60s. You're not gonna lose content anymore. That content's not being erased.
To an extent.
How do you mean?
Well, there has been shows that have become lost media because they ended up being completely erased without any backups off of streaming platforms that they were exclusive on. They didn't have any physical release, they didn't have any backups, they didn't have anything else but that one thing on the streaming platform. And then when companies want to start playing royalties, they'll just delete them all.
Oh, so you're thinking of like the recent stuff with HBO?
Yeah, so that's kind of where my worry starts, because I'm just like, if that keeps up, then it's going to be a major issue for lost media. There's going to be so much lost media.
I will say though, especially for US stuff, torrents exist.
Oh, fair. Yeah.
A lot of what piracy is, especially the people
It's just
that
archiving.
are actually... Huh?
It's realistically just archiving.
Yeah, and the people who are actually ripping it and making it available on torrents, they're doing it because they enjoy archiving. And they want an offline archive.
Yeah.
Now that in other countries it gets more difficult because that's a very American-centric thing. At least the communities I'm in are very American-heavy. But I'm sure finding sites that are like French-based or UK-based or Japan-based, you'll find better archiving there.
Well, yeah, but you gotta also remember, especially for Japan, they have a lot more laxed rules for that type of archiving. Like, besides video games, they're very strict on video games for whatever reason, but a lot of the other things they're not extremely strict on. Like, TV shows are not that strict on. Music, they're not that strict on. You can literally rent, like, CDs, which is why some artists do not sell the CDs in Japan, because they don't like the fact that people can rent them out.
That's dumb, not selling just because of that. Like, that's
Oh,
what
no,
a
I know
library
several-
is.
I know several artists that will not sell the CDs in areas that they know where it could be rented out. Like, I know Taylor Swift blocked her CDs from being sold in Japan for a while because she didn't like that. I know, like, I think at one point the Black Eyed Peas did the same things, and it's just like, yeah, I understand that it leads to people ripping them onto their own CDs so that they have them forever, but it's like, does it really matter when you're selling so much everywhere else in the world? Like, you can take
Also-
loss.
Also, by making them commercially available, people will buy them because
Yeah.
they want to support the artist or whatever. By not having it available, if they want to enjoy that content, they only have the option of piracy.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
It gets me that people don't learn the lesson, and this is gonna be more American-centric, but alcohol prohibition of the 1920s showed that you can't, if you try to criminalize something, if you try to prohibit something, you're just removing the safe legal options. The dangerous black market options are still gonna exist, and it's gonna be the only thing people will turn to. They will still turn to it.
Yep.
Whether it's alcohol, whether it's marijuana, whether it's abortions, whatever.
It's the easiest way to compare it to is streaming services. The minute that streaming services become harder to keep track of than torrents are, people are going to go back to torrents. People are going to go back to piracy. That's just the fact of the matter. Hey, welcome back, Cake.
Welcome back. We are three and a half hours in,
Almost
and
hours.
one shiny.
Yeah, I have not had any luck with finding any shinies. Zero luck.
Sorry, I took all the shiny luck.
I don't know if you saw that on my stream or not, but I actually went back and picked up some eggs because I'm just like, I want to hatch some eggs at this point because I need something to break up all these encounters.
Oh yeah, I've been hatching eggs this whole time. It was a shiny Choodle, and it was the very first encounter of the race.
Yep. A 3-hour, almost 4-hour race. We're doing great with making this speedy.
Look at Shadow.
But we've been
Isn't
having
he so
very
happy?
interesting conversations, so that's something.
Yeah, which I expected that's how it's gonna be, was no shinies and just lots of ADHD conversations.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Look at that little green dude. Yeah, isn't he adorable?
What's his nature? What's his nature?
His nature is... It doesn't say on this page. His nature is... Drumroll, please. Careful.
Oh, that's not too bad.
So, up special attack, or... I guess down... Decreasing special attack, increasing special defense.
Is that what it is? Because on my end it says increase in speed, decrease in special attack.
I don't know. Are you looking at like Cerebi?
No, I was looking at my Nuzlocke information for Brilliant Diamond. I just realized that might. Yeah, that might not. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, that might not be accurate.
I just pulled it up.
I'm specifically pulling up Bulbapedia here. Careful. Careful. Increasing special defense, decreasing special attack.
Interesting.
Yep.
Well, that's certainly
And
better than what I thought it was.
I've not quite gotten through box of eggs yet.
You know, back in the DS era, when in X and Y they had like that super training stuff.
Vaguely, I've never played X and Y.
Okay, in X and Y they had like the super training stuff where you can play mini games to give your I think it was EVs for training up your Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
It was something like that. I'm not good on like EV, IV training, so I don't know the difference between them, so I use them interchangeably. So sorry about that. But anyways,
No worries.
the only time I did that is when I was taking part in a one Pokemon competition where we were only allowed to take in one Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
So I took in a Snorlax that had IV trained really high defense, really high attack, and really high HP.
Nice. That's definitely EV training.
Yes. Okay, there you go.
EV stands for effort value.
Yes.
Yep. IV is inherited.
Okay, gotcha.
IVs typically are not going to change once a Pokemon is generated. The only exception to that currently is the hyper training in Sword and Shield. Everything else has... I think there might be one other instance of being able to modify IVs, but otherwise the only modification is to EVs.
Gotcha.
And EVs you can max out, I believe, 2, and then dump all your... You can dump them in, or you can max out 2 stats, and then dump into any other combination you want.
All I know is that the 3 that I did made that Snorlax impossible to take down. We actually did. We did the math. It took somebody 30 minutes in order to take down the Snorlax just by doing normal attacks. It's like,
Oof.
Yep. It was an evil Snorlax, and I was not allowed to bring it to any other competitions because of how overpowered it was.
Oh, so they created a Loki rule.
Yes, which makes sense because I caused a bunch of trouble in that club.
Hey, you gotta be true to your name.
Exactly. What do you expect when you invite someone whose name is literally Loki?
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, that was absolutely hilarious. I thought that was the funniest thing ever, but nobody else had as much fun with it as I did.
I can't imagine why.
They're like, why did you make this so hard to do anything against? I'm like, I don't know. I thought it was a good thing. Oh my gosh.
I mean, isn't that the point? Like, I've never participated in any competitions, but like, isn't that the point of a competition? Is to do well and to find a strategy that's gonna do well?
I mean, at the point that I was doing it, I was more so like just going. I was sweeping the competition without breaking a sweat.
Again, like, as long as you follow the rules, that's the point of a competition.
Well, I wasn't following the rules for long because I was not allowed to bring that Snorlax back in. I'm sure there's a lot better mons to do that with. I just chose Snorlax because I thought it would be funny. Oh
Well,
no!
that is actually.
I did
that
speed
is
as well. Those is
Mhm.
fast Snorlax.
That is actually a strategy, though, in actual Pokemon competitions, is taking, like, Snorlax or... Snorlax especially for defense, because he's a tanky boy.
Tanky.
But, like, that's an actual competition that people do use in the actual sanctioned Pokemon competitions.
Oh yeah, I realized that. That's why I knew it was something you could do.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, at that point, it was like supposed to be an entry-level competition, and I was battling at like a very high thing, so they were like, tone it down. Tone it down.
Change your rules.
To be fair, I don't think there's any rules where you can particularly block that from happening again, because there's always going to be people who are willing to put in the hours of effort to IV and EV train, and they're always going to be playing at an advantage.
And again, that's just the name of a competition.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have some hobbyist go up to the Olympics and be able to complain about, oh, these people are doing too well. They've trained. And Russians do drugs, but everyone else trained. Well, probably everyone is on drugs, but...
I like how this evolved so fast.
I quickly realized that my example was kind of bad, because, like, especially Russia has a very long history of drugging their athletes. And I'm sure other countries, I'm sure everybody is doing it.
Dude, I don't watch the Olympics, so I have no idea.
Nope, I've been on a 20-year boycott of the Olympics.
I just don't really care. They're apparently bringing gaming this year to the Olympics, and my friend was talking about it, and somebody said, he said it's going to be interesting because the game they chose was a pay-to-win game, so it's going to be fun to see how fast they can whip out their credit cards. I'm sick.
And that's the thing where I don't really want esports or whatever you want to call it to be in the Olympics. Because every game is fundamentally different. And even to the degree that, like...
Well, here's the thing. How on earth do you regulate it? Because you could say... How they did it was they made versions of the Olympic Games, but in, like, game form. So they essentially made Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, but without Mario and Sonic in it, which is kind of lame. That's kind of the thing, is like, how do you regulate it? Like, you could say, just do Fortnite, just do Call of Duties, but those are well, Fortnite's not first-person shooter, but Fortnite is based on luck. A lot of the people in Fortnite accidentally eliminate themselves, whether through the storms or jumping off cliffs or something like that. And then you have to regulate the build versus no build mode, which one's more based on, like, the skills that the Olympics look for when they have those games. Do you include puzzle games that are like, what's a good puzzle game that's competitive? Tetris. Do you include Tetris because it's more of a game of strengths? Do you include mobile games like PUBG? It's like, how do you regulate a esport when it's consistently ever changing? Do you include speed runs? Do you include glitch runs? Do you include Minecraft because of the community that's extremely competitive in there? Minecraft double thing.
Also, like, every version of the game is gonna be different. Like, for example, Fortnite, you can train on a season, and then the next season is going to be different, and you'll have to retrain again.
All the weapons are on a constant rotation in Fortnite, so there's
Yeah.
no way to regulate that because they're all on this big rotation every season. They keep changing.
I mean, to some degree, that would actually be kind of cool, just to be like, okay, here's a game that, sure, you know the basics to the game, you kind of know what to expect, but you don't know what the weapons are gonna be. You have to deal with what you get.
Mhm.
I do think there would be some entertainment value to that.
I mean, that would be
But
legal
again-
for the Olympics because they have sports star like that in the Olympics.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But it's also like the rules are pretty locked in,
yeah.
and you know, like, if you're playing baseball, you know what baseball's gonna be, you know what football's gonna be. You're welcome for using the international term. You know what hockey's gonna be like, you know what skiing is gonna be like. Esports is fundamentally different. And
Yeah, it's-
esports is so generic too.
Yeah, I remember like another friend and I were talking about it's like we'll just do games, stick to games that are like very specialty esports like Overwatch. I'm just like, but then you also have to deal with the fact that Paladins and Overwatch are essentially the same game but operate on completely different ideas and strategies. And then it's like, how do you orchestrate that? Smite versus Paladins versus Overwatch. All very different, but all the same type of game.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
And
like,
then there's like CS:GO.
yeah. It's just, and the fact is, even though there are communities that are a lot more competitive, I'm not dismissing that there are communities that are more competitive than Fortnite or CS:GO or something like that. But every single game has its competitive community. Even Pokemon has its competitive community. Heck,
Yeah.
Animal Crossing has a competitive community. Animal Crossing.
And in some ways, we're in the more competitive side of Pokemon, being shiny hunters.
Yeah.
Or doing Nuzlocks.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, you can get a lot more competitive than those, but the average person would see us as on the more niche side.
Exactly.
We don't play the game how it was designed to be played.
Oh, absolutely
put in-
not.
We put in far more time, we put in extra rules. We have
Mhm.
extra goals that are not part of the game.
Yes. It's just esports. I would love one day for esports to be properly introduced into the Olympics. But the fact is, I think at this point in time, with how competitive gaming has gotten as a community, and as not even just like a community, but as like a worldwide base of developers and competitors and casual players, I think the only way you could go about it is by making esports have its own Olympic events. I really think that's the only way you can go about it, because there's literally no other way you would be able to do it.
Agree. Like, esports is so generic of a term. Like, it's even far more generic than saying a ball sport, because you can pretty easily categorize ball sports, whether it's lacrosse, whether it's football, whether it's baseball, whatever.
Well, yeah, and those will each have its own different rules. Or if you want to take something that's more like simple, take shooting sports for example. You have the gun sports, you have the disc sports, and then you have archery for 3 examples. All with different set of rules, but are clearly very defined in being a shooting-based sport. That's not the thing with esports.
And esports gets into another degree of what version of each individual game are you doing? because version 1 will be different from 1.1 or 1.2 or 2.0.
You would get more into that if you were counting speedrunning as competitive as well. So you would need to consider that if you were going to add in speedrunning.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like, for the Minecraft speedruns, you have to say what version you're running in.
You're right, yeah. Because each and every individual version has its own version of its speedrun.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
And then some of them get into, like, glitchless 100% or 90% or no major skips or some skips. I know with Mario 64, Super Mario 64, it gets into like the star count, whether it's glitched or not.
The same thing.
Same thing with Odyssey. That Mario Odyssey is dependent on how far you go into the game. There's a 100% moon run, which takes well over 24 hours to do. There's the base run. There's the any percent run. There's the nipple run. There's so many different.
What?
The nipple run. It basically you do a speed run to see how fast you can take Mario's shirt off.
Why does that not surprise me?
I'm gonna be honest. It shouldn't surprise you at all.
That needs to go to the Olympics.
Nipple percent?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Somebody should tweet out to the Olympics, hey Olympics, you should make Mario Odyssey nipple percent a Olympic sport.
Nintendo, start sponsoring that.
Oh, apparently they were going to sponsor the Olympic before the podcast. No, the pandemic started.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because wasn't the last Olympics in Japan?
Yes, it was in Japan. It was supposed to take place late 2020, but then like 2020 happened.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, I'm in a Fallout tabletop RPG group.
Oh, I thought you were saying you were falling out with a friend and we were about to get deep. I was just like, oh my gosh, I'm not prepared for this, but I'll try my best.
No. We're doing a Fallout tabletop RPG, and it, the DM, they call themselves the Overseer for this group.
Yes! That's awesome.
They're actually streaming it. It's Stevie Snap here on Twitch.
Oh, hey, Stevie. I like Stevie.
Yeah.
I don't get to talk to them much, but they're awesome.
They are. Anyway, for their overlay, they had Fallout 2D20, but the font they were using, the D looked like a 20, so I kept mentioning like, oh my god, we're playing Fallout 2020!
Oh my gosh. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, shout out for Stevie.
Yeah, give Stevie a shout out. Stevie seems awesome.
Seriously, I still don't have the shout out command from Twitch. What the fuck is this?
Wait, you can't do /shout out?
Is it /shout out or /SO?
/shout out, then the person's name.
I do have /shout out.
Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it.
Okay, I guess I'm just used to...
!SO, because that's what literally everyone uses.
Yep.
I mean, I like using them both, but I kind of like the actual aesthetic of having the shout out in the chat.
Yeah, I wish there was a way to have it set up on my bot. That my bot could do the shoutouts.
Yeah. I mean, Milklu and I found out that you can set up a bot to send a message anytime a particular person chats in chat. and we were going to make a list of all the streamers we like and try and make it so then they can summon their own shoutouts, but then my bot died.
Yeah, I know Anki has that. And I've thought about setting it up, but I'm also just like, I'll mention you on chat, and I'll give you a shout out.
Yeah, I just don't have the attention span to sit down and like remember everyone that I like. Cause like I haven't really talked to that many people in the streaming space. Like I like a lot of people, but I'm like Enki for example. I haven't really talked to Enki that much because I'm way too shy to actually strike up a conversation with most of these people. And like Enki, and Enki's a sweetheart. It's not that Enki's intimidating. I'm shy. I'm shy as all heck.
Oh yeah, I'm the same way too. Like I'm so shy, so introverted.
Mood.
Like, I tend to avoid people who have active chats because I'm like, oh my god, so many people and they already know each other and I'm realizing like a lot of the people I used to hang out with, they've gone inactive.
Yeah.
And I'm actually cleaning up my stream deck board a little bit, and the number of people I now have on my shoutouts on my stream deck is so small that I'm thinking about just redesigning it. Just because I don't need as much space as I used to use.
Yeah, a lot of people started streaming during the pandemic and really started like good shows and all that kind of stuff. And then when everyone went back to work, they were like, okay, I have to quit this now.
Yeah. Like, it kind of saddens me just how many of the people I used to enjoy chatting with are just gone.
Yeah.
And of course, it doesn't help that I abandoned Twitter, so I'm not there anymore. And not many people came over with me to Mastodon.
I'm trying to use Mastodon. I'm trying to get used to it, but I keep forgetting. I'm trying.
For me, it kind of helped that I completely abandoned Twitter and installed the Mastodon app. I actually installed a third-party Mastodon app even.
Oh, nice.
And then I replaced the tab in Firefox with a Mastodon tab.
Nice.
Like, I didn't just abandon Twitter, I went full on into Mastodon.
Yeah, I get why. It actually surprised me because when I was a kid, and I don't know what your experience is because I don't know what our age differences are. Like, I don't know if you're younger or older than me, but
I'm just about to turn 27.
Oh, so you actually are older than me. Holy smokes.
Okay.
I know so many people who are older than me. My word. But no, I don't know how it was for when you were a kid, but when I was a kid, it was like everyone had to jump on every new social media. Like when Facebook came out, everyone was like, get on Facebook, come lie about your age and get on Facebook and like hang out with me. And then when Instagram came out, it was like, get on Instagram, jump on Twitter, jump on YouTube. Like everyone I knew had every single social media possible. Everyone had a Tumblr, everyone had an Instagram, everyone had, and if you were missing one, you were ridiculed to no heck about it. But now that I talk to like a bunch of like young people in chat who are actually still in high school, who are actually living their life, I realize how different it is. Because like majority of people in my chat don't have Twitter. Majority of people in my chat don't have Instagram. People like have like a few select services and then they just go about the days. I'm like, that is so cool actually. That's really cool.
That's kind of how I've always been. Like when I was growing up, and it might even be more regional, but growing up, there was Facebook, but Facebook already started to get parents and older people were coming onto Facebook. So all of us young kids ran into Twitter or Instagram or Snapchat. And then there's kind of just, okay, all these different sites have their different communities. They have their different benefits and their different detractions. The only thing I've really seen that's like, oh my god, check this out, you gotta get on this, was when there's like a new Snapchat filter, and then Snapchat would get popular for a week and then it would die back down. And then now TikTok.
Yeah. Well, Io, you're here, so you do have a Twitch at the very least, which is technically a social media. Does Twitch count as a social media, or is it more of a broadcasting thing?
I think I would put it in a fundamentally different category than I would put Twitter or Facebook.
Ah, fair.
Because I would be streaming even if I didn't have anyone in chat. I would be streaming if I had nobody to talk to. And I know a bunch of Twitch streamers who completely ignore their chat for one reason or another. And those tend to be like higher level produced shows that they just happen to stream as they're recording it.
Yeah.
And they may take questions later on, or they may chat with their chat later on, but while they're recording, they ignore their chat.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Skirpser, I have no idea what that is. I'm not even gonna bother Googling. Anyway, you were saying?
I am curious now. Oh, so the little Nas X song. That's why they were saying no copyright. Don't play Lil Nas on your stream, please, because that will get you in shit.
I think he's a rapper?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I don't listen to rap.
I occasionally listen to rap. I listen to all types of music, but recently I've been into speed metal. I don't know why.
I typically listen to like mid-late 2000s pop.
You don't know what? That's fair. That's fair.
And actually, like most of the songs on my playlist, I added them because somebody made a Doctor Who V&A and used that song.
Ah, nice.
Like half the songs can be summed up via that. Then there's also The Greatest Showman. I added basically all of those songs.
I still love that movie.
It's a good one.
It's a good one. I know the character it's based off is like really problematic and he's not really a good person, but I still really like that movie.
He was problematic for today, but for his time, he was actually very liberal.
Oh yes. I kind of like the concept of like at a time where everything was so like socially strict, shall we say? They kind of gave a place for people just to not worry about how socially strict they have to be.
Yeah.
So I do really like that aspect of it.
But it also goes to show like just how much things have changed that
Right?
today he would be ostracized, but back then he was very, very progressive.
I mean, that's a really good thing, but we mustn't forget how far we need to go.
Oh yeah.
I am not having any luck on this route with any of the shinies, my gosh. Oh my gosh, right when I said that!
Heck yeah!
Holy smokes, right when I said that!
Congratulations!
Right when I said that, I've never seen the shiny before, my gosh.
Do you have a clip, man?
No, I don't, unfortunately. I've meant to set one up, but I keep forgetting to.
Somebody clip that! What bot do you use?
I actually don't
Or
have
do you-
any bots set up, honestly.
Heck yeah! For whatever it's worth, there's an application I use called Mix It Up that it provides a lot of just basic commands like that and a lot more advanced commands like a clip command.
Oh
But
my gosh.
Congratulations!
That's pretty funny, right when I said I was having no luck.
So
hi,
we have
baby.
now both gotten a shiny.
How's this little baby doing? We should probably go to a different route at this point because we've been on Route 2 for almost. Yeah, we've been on Route 2 for 4 hours now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to go to a different route, we've now got our 2 shinies.
Dude, I'm not even in this race to win. I'm just here to have fun.
Oh yeah.
Okay, there, I clipped it, so it should be on my channel now.
Also, you lost like 4 hours ago.
Wait, what do you mean? Oh wait, the Chootle.
Yeah.
I don't care if I lose. I'm just having fun, man. I've never seen this shiny before. I'll be honest with you. The Rookity Lion is not one that I see as a shiny that often.
Yeah, same.
He's a little boy. Or wait, she. she's a little boy. No, she's a little pale one. She's a little pale.
So we could go to a different route. We could also do Fortnite or something else.
Depends on what you want to do. I'm down to do just about anything, to be honest. We each have one shiny.
Yeah. I mean, I'm fine to do whatever. I plan to continue streaming for quite a while. I've got no plans for it today other than streaming.
Ah, that's fair. My little baby. Look at the little baby. Peck, Lyra, Power Trip. Maybe I'll train you up so you can be big. The only other one I have is Cotton Candy in this save. It says I counted 5 shinies, but I don't ever remember counting any other shinies than these 2. Alright.
Well, you may have encountered it, but not noticed it until you didn't catch it.
Yeah, that is possible with how much music I listen to while while just vibing.
Also, that is a danger to using a shiny Pokemon for as your lead, is like, I hear and see the sparkles every time, so I get desensitized to it.
Yeah, that's why I don't use shiny Pokemon when I'm doing shiny hunts like this, because it's kind of like I don't want to miss anything. If anything is to happen, I don't want to miss it by using a shiny. So I tend to avoid using shiny Pokemon. If I'm hunting for something completely different, I'll use a shiny, but other than that, I'm just like, oh, no.
This is actually the first time I have taken my shiny Mew out of Pokemon Home.
Oh, really?
It has sat in Pokemon Home for like 2 years. Or at least a year.
That's impressive.
Well, I've always been worried about losing it because Mew in the modern games is shiny locked.
Oh, you're right.
The only place you can, or the only game you can get a legitimate shiny Mew is Pokemon Emerald.
Oh, wow.
And you have to use like a Game Shark or something to get access to where it spawns. And then you have to bring it forward to Gen 4, and then Gen 5, you can bring it into Pokemon Bank.
Interesting.
Like, there's a whole process you have to do.
Yeah, it sounds like a complicated one at that.
Hello, Falconess. Hi, I hate lawyers, especially managing lawyers. Hope your shiny race has gone better. Yes, we have both gotten a shiny now.
I got
a shiny a lot faster.
Yeah, the very first encounter, Iroh, being the Master of Luck, just gets a shiny Chootle. Meanwhile,
Yes.
I hunted for 4 hours and just finally got the shiny Rookity right when I said I was not going to get one.
Yes. As you complain, you get granted a shiny by the gods.
Yeah, that's what I was missing. I was spending all this time complaining about books when I should have been complaining about the shiny odds. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious.
And the sad thing is, both of those were very quick.
Oh my
'Cause
gosh.
don't forget, odds with a shiny charm are 1 in 20.
We got a shiny
Lord
Mew!
Falconus is a shiny Mew.
We got the shiny Mew, the Lord Falconus. You are now a shiny Mew. I do not make the rules. The notification does. Hi, I hope you're doing well, shiny Mew. I hope you're enjoying your day. !FC in chat if you want to get my Nintendo Switch friend code. You will get it in your whispers, so go and check your whispers if you want to play with us. If you don't, you can just chat in chat. Use the following emotes if you want, or you can just vibe. We love those who just vibe. So yes, welcome. I should probably explain that to Iroh. I have randomized chat notifications, so usually the follow notes is the one that you typically hear, the one that sings to you. But I have one that's like Five Nights at Freddy's. Freddy's will come scream at you, and you join us for a bite. I have one that deems certain people a guardian if they follow me, which it would say so and so is a guardian and play the guardian music from Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. And then I have a shiny Mew one that has the shiny sound from Arceus.
Okay.
So yes, I would, but alas, I'm too busy being a legal robot. Fair enough, my friend. Fair enough. All right. So do you want to do 4 hours of another race, or do you want to jump to Fortnite? Because I can do either or.
I'm fine with whatever. We both got very lucky getting a shiny at all. I say let's not push our luck too much more. And instead,
Yeah.
let's kill some people in Fortnite.
We were killing animals this entire time. We should kill some people. Oh my gosh, I forgot how much fun shiny hunting in this game is. I was doing shiny hunting in Let's Go. I caught like 2 Caterpies, and then I looked through my box to see what Pokemon I had, and I had like 3 shiny Caterpies already. I'm just like, I should stop shiny hunting these Caterpies.
Hey, now you can have the whole group, the whole line.
Yes, but then I don't have anything to do with the other 2. Oh my god. Alright, so Fortnite it is then.
Okay.
I'm gonna put up the BRB screen. I actually really need to go get some water.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break, get some food. Epic Game Launcher is being a little bit slow.
Yeah, it's gonna take me a minute to boot up Fortnite, because whenever I boot up Fortnite, I have other programs going. It's gonna take a little while, so. I'll see if I can actually stream this, or if this is gonna bug out me, and then I have to use the Nintendo Switch version. I will see. Either way, I can get on Fortnite.
Okay. Well, I will see you shortly. Again, I'm gonna also take a break. I don't have a BRB screen yet. I need to get one of these days. Anyway, see you in a bit.
Yeah, see ya. So what I'm going to do is actually take a little bit of a break too. I need to go stretch my ankles. Ankles. Wow. I'm going to play some lo-fi songs for you guys, so I will be right back. As soon as I find the lo-fi songs, I'll play some lo-fi songs. I'll switch over to some Fortnite, and then I'll be back when Iroh comes back.
All right, I am back. Oh, whoops. Hey, there we go. All right. Let me see if I can do this real quick. I did not set this up properly. My Switch is still on, so you're gonna see the Switch for a moment.
That's fine.
Yep. Stop advertising moving to Calgary to me, please. I already live here. Do you ever get that where it's like it's showing you where you live as like oh, move here and like have fun, and
Not
it's like I already live here.
really, but also like nobody wants to live here. Nobody wants to move here.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, I suppose. Oh gosh,
I
I
will
will.
get like use my city's airport ads, and I'm like, I would if they flew anywhere. Like my city's kind of screwed in their airport. Ooh, there's a Fortnite update.
Is there?
Yeah,
Oh.
at least for me. Anyway, we're sandwiched between having a regional hub, just like an hour away.
Oh fuck. Sorry, my stream can't hear you because I actually fucked up something real bad. I forgot to turn off the copyrighted music, and my default lobby music is Silk Sonic's music. Yeah, so my stream can't hear Iro right now because I really messed up and I needed to turn that off before I started streaming. I forgot to do that. Okay.
Did.
Alright, I should be good to go. Now I won't play any of the Now I shouldn't play any of the copyrighted music. I forget that I do that so often. I really should set my default to something else, but it's just like I love Silk Sonic, and the whole reason why I play this game is Silk Sonic. I hope I didn't get in trouble for that. For a little bit.
Honestly, like, even if you're playing copyrighted music the whole time, though, Twitch basically just mutes the audio.
Yeah,
It's
you're
it's
right. You're
pretty
right.
pretty hard to get a copyright strike on Twitch.
Yeah. I just like making sure and covering all my bases as much as physically possible.
Mm-hmm. So I'm gonna keep going for a Choodle. See if I can get another shiny Choodle. Or see if I can get a shiny Torchic until the game is updated.
In which case, people are just gonna sit here and watch me shop on the store for a little while.
Anything halfway decent? Doesn't look like it.
Nothing that I'm particularly interested in. They have these guys, which are cool, but it's like,
If that Claire skin was free, I'd get it and use it.
yeah, she's kind of cute. She's kind of cute.
She is.
I definitely would spend money on this game because I did it for Bruno Mars. So I'm just like, I just want Bruno Mars. But the thing is, now I feel bad when I buy skins because I will literally not play as any of them. Like, here, I'll show the stream how many skins I have. I have quite a collection of skins here. I have Doctor Strange. I have Prowler, which was a thing that you had to earn through the Battle Pass. I have the Scarlet Witch, which is something I had to buy. Quite expensive, but I never use her. I have Spider-Man. I can't remember if I bought him or if he was Battle Pass. And then I have a bunch of Huh?
Are you able to gift skins after purchase?
I don't know if I can, to be honest. If I could, there's a few people I would give these skins to, but I'm just like, There's also a few of them I do want to keep. Like, this was given to me by a friend of mine who I really adore. Actually, no, I think I bought this one. But there are a few of these that were given to me by friends. So it's like there's a few of them that I want to keep. This was the very first skin that I bought because I really liked how she looked. But yeah. Why do you ask?
Oh, I was just gonna be like, if you don't want the Scarlet Witch, I'll take her. Like, I don't even like Marvel, but she's cute.
The Scarlet Witch skin is actually pretty cool, honestly. And all of her little accessories that she gets with being the Scarlet Witch, it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
You can get a style where she's reactive or non-reactive to how you kill people.
And here I'm just using my alloy skin. Fortnite is 82%.
Okay. So I'm gonna favorite a bunch of new songs so then I can put them on shuffle and hopefully they will not get copyrighted. Oh, nice.
Just have the whole copyright music disabled.
Yeah, the thing is, I actually play this game quite a bit on my personal time, so I tend to disable it just so I can listen to, because I always have Silk Sonic on. I just always have the Silk Sonic on because I love Silk Sonic so much.
I don't even think I know what Silk Sonic is.
Silk Sonic is a band made of Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak. It's a R&B group, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
But I really like the music. They're definitely not for everyone, but I really do enjoy the music. I'm wondering if I should go with a darker purple or if I should keep the kind of purplish pink, because I kind of want to go darker, but I don't know if I should.
Starting Battle Eye service, yes.
No,
Gotta
I'm
make
just
sure
gonna
we
go
aren't
darker.
cheating. Connecting. Connecting.
Oh, hi, Autumn. Hi, sorry I didn't see you there. Sorry, my setup's kind of messed up right now, so it's going to be a little bit hard for me to see everyone in chat. So I'm so sorry if I miss you, because I'm working with half the screens I usually do.
The joys of having 4 monitors.
Right?
I've got my game, whether it's been Pokemon or now Fortnite, maximized. I've got OBS maximized. I've got Eurostream maximized. I've got my chat up. I've got Discord up. I also have Bulbapedia up.
Amazing.
It's beautiful.
Oh, I think I put that one on. I like that one today. Oh,
Yo, what up?
hey.
Excuse me. Let's say we go to Coastal Battlement.
Nice.
Or try to. I have a quest there.
Nice. So I'm just trying to edit my things because there's a... I'm trying to find a particular sword that I used to use all the time and it looks really cool. Yeah, I'll put that one on for now. Changing up my thing a little bit.
All good.
I haven't done any of the week 2 challenges and I still haven't finished all the week 1s.
I basically just look at the daily stuff.
Ah, fair enough. I like doing the weekly quests because they give a lot of EXP, and the more you do it, the more likely you are able to supercharge your things, so yeah. Land at Mega City and then reach the top 25. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm able to go pretty much anywhere. I can... Boop.
You should do a daily quest with me.
Ah, that's understandable. They don't give as much EXP, but hence why I do the seasons quest. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but whoever works for you, whoever works for you.
The next match we get, we can do the, we can try to get the airtime on this one, and then next time we can get the, Hot Springs one.
Yeah, sounds good.
Quest our way through, not caring about how good we do.
Ironically, that's how I got my first solo victory Royale. I was spending the entire time wandering around the entire map doing quests, and then I got to like the final two. I'm like, shit. I did not gather any good weapons for this.
I was actually trying, and I managed to Victory Royale my very first solo.
Oh, nice! Congrats!
I'm like, it's all downhill from here.
Ah, you're fine. When the hell did I get Palkia in Sword and Shield?
Crown Tundra.
Oh, okay.
That dungeon place.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we may have a track.
Oh, is this gonna work? Or is this gonna crash my PC? Ah, no, it'll be fine.
Fine. Don't forget to queer it up. Gotta get that queer spray paint everywhere.
Somebody gifted me the the weapon set for that,
Mm-hmm.
which I really liked. And it's just like my boot up Minecraft, or not Minecraft, Fortnite one day. I just got it as a set. I was like, oh, that's so sweet.
That's nice.
Yeah. I hope my stream just didn't drop out there because my thing just went and said, hey, you've got low internet. I'm like, oh, shoot.
It is framey.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it might not be able to handle all the things I'm doing at once. I may have to end stream and then... I mean, I can always raid Iroh and then we can just vibe here.
Yeah. Something else you might be able to try doing is ending stream and then doing a new stream but at like 480p or at a lower bit rate.
Yeah, my settings don't really allow me to do that, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, my settings are weird. I'm at a bitrate where I can't really go that much lower, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Like I said, so many programs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think after this game I'll end off stream and then I'll raid Iroh and then we can just continue playing.
Okay.
Dude.
Got a friend?
Yes, I do. Oop. Oops. Yeah, no,
Okay,
buddy, you're not getting shot.
Got my quest.
Iroh,
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
you good? Okay.
Yeah. I've just been running around getting ammo more than caring about shield.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you're all good, just in case.
Yee. Now I've got 3 pots on me.
Ah, that's good. Ooh, what's down here at the beach?
Stuff and things.
Treasure chest. I'll take the shield bubble for now. I'm really not going to use that thing. I'm not going to carry around the entire time.
Ooh, I got some keys.
Ooh, nice. Nice, nice. Okay, the storm is coming.
Yeah. I think I heard somebody over in this castle area.
There is somebody underneath the bridge because I'm also underneath the bridge and they have not seen me yet.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, they see me. I killed them.
Okay.
My game froze, but I killed them somehow. Alright, let's go.
Once we get safe, do you have healing?
I only have bandages, which are not gonna heal me because I'm already at 50%.
We need to move.
Don't worry, we can find medkit somewhere. We'll be good.
Yeah. There's shooting over here.
Oh, frick.
They're shooting
Right
in
in
your
front
direction.
of me. Well, that didn't work out in my favor.
Ah.
Oh gosh, Dan, would you not save my eliminations, please?
Damn it.
Nah, we tried. Oop. Alright, I'm afraid this is where I'm gonna have to end up stream for my peeps. Let's go say hi to Iroh, though. Because Iroh be cool.
If you insist.
Yeah, no, with how my PC, I don't think it likes the fact that I'm running VTube Studios, Fortnite, OBS, chatbot, and some other programs that I need to have running in the background all at once.
Yeah, there's a reason I stopped using my VTuber. VTube Studio just seems to be really resource intensive.
It is, but it's like I normally play Switch games, so normally I don't notice it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like whatever. Anyways, I'll send you all off to Iroh. Whoop.
Destroy objects while drifting. That should be pretty easy.
Alright.
Did you want to do the Mega City quest?
Sure. Yeah. See you guys on Iroh stream.